don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody will pay out. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, we be Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You be the Mugu, I be the master. When you go play wayo, they go say na new style. When countryman do Igbo, they know the shout. Killer, killer, die. Whatever you go find is creepy. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my terrapo, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. Mugu, I be the master. I be the master, oh.
Alábọ̀sí inú ẹrún wọn pẹ́, jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o, ara ló ń ta wọ́n ṣe mọ́ o. Náà bá ń sunkún sójú, bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kò fẹ́ yẹ, ẹyẹ kò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó. Wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó, ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná, orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. Àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé yẹn máa fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yọ̀ọ́lá ni. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá gbẹ́ran nígbó, tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o.
these recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is.
Okay now. Okay.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Admonition Eronla, AB. Pardon me. You know when I pause, it's only to have a sip of water. I think you all know that already anyway. So it will run one of these days you have to come on screen, AB. I'm curious to document a voice to your witty remarks in the comment section. So let's start. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading, crescendoing into yet another session. That friendly neighborhood, or you are laughing man, one man went to mow. So one man went to mow, the eagle lands again. The eagle always lands. So one man went to mow, the eagle lands. Hope you had a beautiful day and all that. The weekend stops. the week restarts, and then we go through the cycle again. That is the tapestry of life. The tapestry of life. So that's it. So as routinous as Sunday rolled into Monday, let that routine also hold as you click on the like button. So click on the like button. Do that. If you're not already subscribed, please make a correction there as well, especially if you're an obedient who is watching me I don't know. We call something eternal. Even if you're an eternal sort of a viewership, still subscribe anyway, especially if it's part of your daily diet. So do that. So like and subscribe. Very, very important that you do those things. It's just not me saying it just to hear the sound of my voice. Good to see Adama. It's not just me saying it just to hear the sound of my voice. It's a call to action. I am inviting you to carry out an activity. So when I invite you to like, and then I invite you to subscribe, I am inviting you to carry out an activity. So you then acquiesce and then go on and follow suit. So it's there's a term for it actually. So like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. Very, very important that you do that. So do them. So if you're not already subscribed, just correct it. If you've been deferring the subscription, do it now, because there's never tomorrow. The moment is always the moment. So strike whilst the iron is hot. So click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We need numbers going up. And then of course click on the like button as well. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your tickets to ride. The juggernaut train, that is the one man went to more experience. Your ticket to board the first class coach on that train is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to be part of the conversation, click on the hyperlink and it brings you into a studio space. So like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the links just as widely as you possibly can, super chat towards the stream. So those are called call to action. So those are calls to action. So take those actions then as has been directed of you. So take the actions as I take this action. So we're still very, just as early as it wasn't yesterday even, the assembled, we were having the conversation and we were just alarming that is Tinubu even more ethnic than Buhari? Because Buhari was the most ethnic yet that we've ever had as somebody administering that country. It just abandoned anything that looked like federal character and just packed the whole governance with Fulanese. But then it had sprinklings of other tribes as well, like Aregbesola, like Fashola, and all of these little, not little though, because they are big name personalities, but it still tries to affect some sort of a veneer of nationalism. But with Tinubu, it's just gone full Yoruba all the way through. The minister of, the chief of police is a Yoruba man. Name any parastatal of any relevance, the head of that parastatal or ministry is a Yoruba person. So is this an overkill? That is the question. But then the Yorubanization, it shows no sign of abating. Tinubu administration screened Fani Kayode, Femi Pedro, others for top diplomatic positions. So there it is right there. So that's Femi Fani Kayode of the powder sniffing, wife beating fame. So he's not going to be a representative of your country. So how low can you go? Tinubu administration screens Femi Fani Kayode, Femi Pedro, others for top diplomatic positions. So if Tinubu, if his brain matched his looks, he'd be a retard. Tinubu, just look at that unbelievable stuff. A face only a mother could love. If his brain matched his looks, he'll be a retard. So Tinubu administration screens Femi Fani Kayode, Femi Pedro, others for top diplomatic positions. So what does this mean? The federal government is allegedly vetting potential candidates to fill diplomatic. You know that Tinubu has not appointed, as far as I'm aware, it's not for the plethora of appointments that he has been making. I'm not aware yet that he has appointed a diplomat yet, a representative. I suspect that we don't have an ambassador even in the United States. Needs to be corrected immediately. Once again, from the top all the way through, Tinubu administration screens Femi Fani Kayode, Femi Pedro, others for top diplomatic position. The federal government is allegedly vetting potential candidates to fill diplomatic roles in its 109 missions, 76 embassies, 22 high commissions, and 11 global consulates. So Nigeria seems to have an overrepresentation in terms of the diplomatic space. I don't see why we need this much of a compliment. We have 107 missions. Why do we need 76 embassies, by the way? We don't need more than a consular service for the whole of the Scandinavian countries. We don't have that strong a relationship with Norway, Iceland, Finland, Sweden, etc. to have embassies in those places. In fact, they should all come under the one overarch of an EU, which will have maybe regionalized EU embassies. The Scandinavian ones, the East European ones, and then the big countries like Germany, France, England, and Italy, maybe, because we have a lot of our citizens there. We should have them, but we shouldn't really be having embassies all over the place. We cannot afford it. We're not of the importance that we like to imagine that we are. The federal government is allegedly vetting potential candidates to fill diplomatic roles in its 109 missions, 76 embassies, 22 high commissions, and 11 global consulates. Since September 2023, President Bola Tinubu has operated his democracy, development, demography, and diaspora foreign policies without ambassadors. So like I said, he's not appointed an ambassador 2 years in. I'm not quite sure how this is written, but let's see. Maybe I should just read it from somewhere else. I don't like quite how this is being. Let's just. I think. All right. Let me read it from here. I don't quite. That one seems to be badly written. Femi Fani Kayode, two others. Femi Fani Kayode, two other names mentioned as Nigeria's new ambassador as Tinubu prepares to unveil list. So hopefully there's a good complement of our Southeasterners there, because it's starting to be noticeable that if you take the sparkle of Dave Umahi and you cannot really recognize any other Southeasterner in Tinubu's administration, the federal government of Nigeria is vetting potential candidates to fill diplomatic roles in its 109 missions, 76 embassies, 22 high commissions, and 11 global consulates. Correspondents recall that in September 2023, President Bola Tinubu recalled all Nigerian ambassadors representing the country across the world just barely 3 months after his inauguration. Nigeria has operated without ambassadors since then, leaving room for new appointments. As reported by the Punch newspaper on Sunday, April the 6th, impeccable sources familiar with the developments revealed that Femi Fani Kayode, former aviation minister and ex-Deputy Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Femi Pedro, are among the nominees. It was also gathered that nominees are being asked to report to the DSS offices nearest to them. Furthermore, it was understood that several candidates had been contacted to provide personal education and work history. They, Nigerian authorities, are already doing security checks with the Department of State Services, DSS. When they have cleared security checks, we will release the list. how possible is it for Femi Fani Kayode to clear any security check? Only those who have been cleared will be announced. The process is ongoing. I know that we should have a list before the end of the month. Another source said the vetting is not done centrally. It is based on the location of the nominees. Nominees have been reached to provide personal history and information such as where they attended school, what appointments they have held, and the likes. So it is by location. So I understand that some of them don't have serviceable vehicles. The last vehicles they bought were from 10 years. What does this even mean? All right. I understand that some of them don't have serviceable vehicles. The last vehicles they bought were from 10 years ago. Some of them have broken down, and ambassadors cannot use such vehicles because they carry the image of the country. Some of them don't even have power and running water. So if you post ambassadors there today, you are sending them to trouble. So I think this is coming in half stream. FFK, Femi Fani Kayode, is on the list. These are some of the controversial names that have been put forward as well. Then there is Fola Adeola, founder of Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, and Femi Pedro. They are moving on with the process more quickly at this time. So there it is right there. Can you imagine that? Would you have Femi Fani Kayode as the ambassador in whichever country that you live in? Earlier correspondents reported that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs clarified that Tinubu has not made any ambassadorial appointment. The ministry spokesperson, whatever, I'm not going to attempt that name, urged the public to disregard a fake list of ambassador nominees circulating on social media. So there it is. I'm not quite sure if that debunks anything. Femi Fani Kayode coming to a country, can you imagine? Hopefully they don't send him to the UK. I don't think they will send him to the UK, although that would be his preferred something anyway. I don't know, but that's the ministerial list as far as we're aware. Let's go on from that to this. So this Natasha Akpoti storyline, it refuses to leave the headline space. Akpabio can't win this. She's done something actually. She's now reaching to religion. She's now trying to use Islam to attack Akpabio. Akpabio can't win this game. Reactions as Natasha sujud in trending video. So that sujud must be some in Islamic gesture. Akpabio can win this game. Reactions as Natasha sujud in trending video. So we thought we'd escape this place, but there's no escaping it. Nigerians have started reacting to the video of the suspended Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, who was seen going on an Islamic prostration sujud the moment she disembarked from a helicopter at a homecoming rally in her constituency. On Tuesday, April the 1st, the People's Democratic Party PDP senator alleged that the Senate president had contracted Yahaya Bello, the immediate past governor of Kogi State, to start her assassination as well as her recall. So it's just unbelievable. I wish this storyline would go away, but it won't. Natasha made the allegation whilst addressing members of her constituency at a rally in Ahima in Kogi Central. She alleged that Akpabio earlier contacted Kogi State Governor Ahmed Ododo to initiate her recall, but the governor said it would not work because the masses were with her. She said that Akpabio was not satisfied with the governor's response and then reached out to Yahaya Bello. She further alleged that she was informed that Senator Asuquo drove the former governor to Hilton's. The trending video showed the moment the suspended senator arrived at the event. She performed the sujud, and apologies for the Islamics are Sujud. So hopefully it's pronounced as sujud. The trending video showed the moment the suspended senator arrived at the event. She performed the sujud, and the people were jubilating with her. Some Nigerians have taken to the comment section of the video and expressed mixed reaction about the moment. So Natasha is not a Muslim, as far as I'm aware, unless she's converted to Islam. So that's a very dangerous game she's playing there. Omoba Olaniyi said, Akpabio can't win this game. He's playing with Akpabio can't win this game. He's playing with this woman. The people advising her are 100 times more intelligent than all of them in the 10th Assembly. But the thing is, necessarily Akpabio has to win the game, because what is the price of Akpabio not winning? So she will now bring down the Senate president. It will never happen. So it's more, the system weighs more for her to be brought down than for her to bring down the Senate president. There are no permutations that permutates to allow that. So ultimately, she will be either asked to sheathe her sword, she'll be given a whole bunch of money and told to shut up, and if she doesn't accede to those two spaces, they just get rid of her. That is not to say to kill her, but just to finish her politically. Akpabio can't win this game. He's playing with this woman. The people advising her are 100 times more intelligent than all of them in that 10th Assembly. Another one, I've seen Nigerians, God, I know some of you will say this because you love her, but guy, look am well and check the environment. Civil servants be like God to her people. Else I am very sure these people won't be this ignorant. So I'm not quite sure what that means. Another one, grown humans behaving like baboons. Poverty na bad thing. I'll show you the clip in a moment so you see what's being referenced and why they're making those references. Oluwasegun asks, this woman knows politics. True power belongs to the people. If you want to rule, capture the heart of the people by performance, by touching their lives and their needs. This is what I believe is true democracy. Anything other than this is nothing but a scam. Another one, after all this nonsense, she will be kicked out of the Senate, and that is the one I agree with the most. So the whole of the thing, the totality of it is nonsense. So here is the clip. Senator Natasha Akpoti went on Islamic prostration the moment she disembarked from the helicopter amidst tense atmosphere on Tuesday. Constituents went agog for the lawmakers' shocking arrival as they joined her in prostration for her safe landing. So here is the clip now. It's only about 20 seconds. And bear in mind as you watch this, Natasha Akpoti is not a Muslim. And that is right there. So she wants to Allah Akbar him out of Sorok. She wants to Allah Akbar him. And by the way, there's not that much in the news, by the way. So don't expect any big hit items. It's just the biggest hit item in the news is Fani Kayode being made an ambassador. So did somebody just send something in? Yes, I'm a usual go-to guy. He didn't send me news today. So it's your fault. I know you're listening. So there's that. Let's go on from that to this. Sanwo-Olu spokesman. Also, there's this trending video of very dark man that he accosted some Aboki defecating right there on the bridge in Lagos. This is what goes on, by the way. They tell us Lagos is smelling, but the way they treat that city is just unbelievable. Even for a manner, I've said here often that when people come from the north, especially, they should be quarantined and made to go through an orientation process in order to educate them on how to live among civilized people before they are allowed to intermix with people in Lagos. Anybody coming from the north should be quarantined and made to go through orientation. It's brutish and crude, or almost even ethnophobic, but that's the way they are. They're too uncivilized to be in a place like Lagos. They have to be vetted and they should be even, anyway. Somebody spokesman reacts as very dark man catches man defecating on Lagos Road. Video goes viral. I'm going to play you the video in a moment. It comes with an advisory, but let's read this first. It says, Boyega Akoshile, the spokesperson for Babajide Sanwo-Olu, governor of Lagos State, has praised social media personality Very Dark Man for intervening in an environmental pollution matter. Correspondent reports that the commendation came after Very Dark Man, real name Martins Vincent Otse, caught a man pooing on a road in Ikeja, Lagos. It's unbelievable, actually. Very Dark Man, also known as VDM, videoed the man's condemnable act and shared it on his verified X handle on Friday night, April the 4th. Over 1.5 million people have viewed the 2.53 second video. Imagine the sort of traffic that this guy generates. No wonder they are all throwing money at him. VDM got down from the vehicle and ordered the errant young man to pack up the poo. He criticized Lagos road users for not challenging the man, arguing that the infamous claim by a member of the National Youth Service Corps, popularly known as Raye, Oshai Uguamaye, popularly known as Raye, that Lagos is smelling could be true. Good morning, Lagos. I had just stumbled on this post by Very Dark Man today. Although HC Environment, Tokumbo Wahab, had thanked him for the patriotic gesture, I couldn't resist the urge to bring it to my timeline for more of our people's attention. This state belongs to all of us. When we see something, let's say something. Not everyone has the fighting spirit of Very Dark Man, but we can at least call to the appropriate authorities for prompt action. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is doing so much to make Lagos more habitable for you and me. Let's continue to support him in our little way. So, thank you at Cool Very Dark Man, and kudos to your team for this prompt action. So that is Lagos State then causing up to a Very Dark Man. Let me play you the clip. It comes with a bit of our advisory, but I think the advisory bit is blurred a little bit. But this is why Northerners should not be allowed in Lagos unattended to. Have I got it? I should have it somewhere. Let's see. Where are you, Very Dark Man? Oh yes. Here it is.
Back up. Waka. Back up. Kachukutuma Boruba. Back up. Back up fast, slap you. Back up. Sharp. Waka. Duru Waka. Now get the fuck out of here. You are mad. You are very stupid. This could be like toilets. Utuma Boro Banka. Get out of here. Just enter Lagos. See the first thing where the food they for road they do. They shit for road. That get talk down say Lagos they smell. Nobody even talk anything. Nobody. Come on, get out of here. Idiot. For road. foolish cow. Say be like animal. You don't get shame. Clown. I just touched down Lagos. Nah. From Ghana. Kokopi just come carry me. As we they come, the bridge, that's the Ikeja bridge that will take you to the airport. We just they come with motor, lights just flash. On top the bridge, now where that guy stay, the sheets. On top that bridge. If motor light flash in face, he go turn. We reach for another we say, wait. Now see that guy the shit too. So I come and tell him, may stand up. Guess what? A lot of people have been passing. They see that guy, they do that thing. None of them agree stop. Meanwhile, that guy told say Lagos, the smell on the face. None of them agree stop. None of them. Everybody go just do it in their life for this country. And some people no feel talk. A lot of people feel like, okay, if they talk, no be their concern. No be your concern, no be your concern. Nigeria, they spoil. Just imagine how somebody go come sit down for that place, the shit. I don't know whether Lagosians say they plaster the road. Maybe when I feel saying as they come up for Nyash, maybe they wear the road. Where the fact that no complaint shows that a lot of you are dirty in this Lagos. A lot of you are dirty. And yes, it is smell.
And imagine
It is smell.
imagine this guy jump inside Lagos.
It is smell. Inside Lagos. Go to the airport, bro.
Lagos.
Go to the airport.
Center of excellence. Lagos.
Go to the airport. But the shit and nobody stop him. Nobody stop him. Now to the day online.
Yeah, I don't care.
Now they online, they drag. They drag. And you want Nigeria to be better, but you cannot put effort in making it better. All you have to do is to park and tell him, live there. It not be very dark man of now. You can't stand on one stand down.
Stand, don't give me slap.
No. I for wipe him to God.
All for his face, so he's yellow, fam. I say no.
No. This is wrong.
No, because
No,
come on.
God
Come on.
forbid.
Okay, so that's the video right there. It's gotten 1.5 million views. So where are these Nigerians that are watching all these things? Can you point them in my direction, please? So that very dark man is that I don't even care for what he did. It's just a publicity stunt, but it's pointing the criticism in the wrong direction. It's not the responsibility of people driving by to stop and confront the guy. No. And it would be irresponsible on their part actually to do that, because the guy could be armed, they will come to harm and all that. Where he should be pointing the criticism, it was this sort of people coming into Lagos. We say they are backward in the north, and we know they are backward in the north. But no matter how backward you are, what brain factoring justifies you doing that? You go to the top, not even a hidden spot. So that is an assault actually against that's an ethnophobic attack that guy pulling on the bridge right there in Ikeja. Forget that it's a mala. You cannot continue to excuse it that it's a mala, they are backward, they don't know how to function in civilized places. That was an ethnophobic attack right there. He went on top of the bridge, pulled his trousers down and started to pull on the bridge. So even as backward as he is, coming from the north, he should still know sufficient enough that he will go into a who pees on top of a bridge where vehicles are moving up and down and the place is lit up. Who does that? Even as uncivilized as he is, you say he'll go under the bridge, he'll find a dark corner and all of that. But it's quite a thing, I think there should be a quota system to people coming into places like Lagos. There should be a quota system, and there should almost certainly be a vetting system as well. As they are busting them in, or as they are trucking them in the trailers, they should be met by a task force that will take them into maybe take them to some field in Badagry, put them on bunk beds and camp them in, and then make them go through orientation to say, look, this you've now come from wherever, Yobe or whatever God forsaken backwater, Sokoto, whatever. You are now in a civilized place where human beings live, and this is how human beings live. You have to orientate them towards how human beings. How can that even be a thing? You go on top of a bridge, pull down your trousers and then proceed to defecate. You know, there should be a quota system, and then even overwhelming the place. Anyway, I hear that Lagos is now completely overrun by Amajiri Aboki from the north. So there's that. So that's what's going on in Lagos. Let me send the link again. Anybody that wants a conversation, come in. Nobody in at the moment. So we hopefully get the conversation. If we don't, then we don't. Let me send the link. Let's send the link. No wonder that girl from Anambra was telling us that Lagos is smelly. I actually saw a response to her. Actually, I wondered if I grabbed it. You know, because people are still vexed by that comment. So, by the way, people are still very angry by that comment. I saw some woman. I saw some woman launching at her. Did I grab it? No, I don't think I did. But that's that. So that's that now. The level of disrespect and disregard is just unbelievable. Do I have anything else? I think that may well be all I have. Let me show you. I'm sure you've heard the word steez. It's a generational word, by the way. Somebody, those of us of a certain vintage, we may not be familiar with that word. But have you heard the word steez? That's Steeze, steeze. So it's a new inflection word. It's a Gen Z word, and the whole idea really is to say a certain style, a certain je ne sais quoi, they call it in French. But in Brooks' definition, you have to see it to know what it means. So if you've ever heard the word steeze, this is what it means. So this is what steeze means, and this is what let's say, this is what steeze means, and this is what it looks like. So that's steeze right there. So that's full steeze, all 100% steeze right there. Father one with them, papa, look at that. Oh girl. And if you ever heard the words, the phrase Yoruba demon, this is what they are talking about. Even daddy, this is daddy cool right there. This one is ready to speak with all of the daughters in the house, including the mother. Look at that. So that's tease right there. If you've ever heard the word, that's what it means. So still same with Lagos. They keep telling us that Lagos is this, Lagos is that. But somebody sent this in. It says this is the sort of health facilitation that they have in Lagos State. They have something called Ilera Eco, which is let me actually read what it is to you. It says thank you, Tinubu's Lagos. This is, I think it's the Tinubu, they call them the Ronos. These are the Tinubu sections of Twitter. They're the ones putting this out. So this is a conversation that took place apparently from Ungwata Rosaline with her friends. It says, I read about Ilera Eco from your wall. I told my pregnant friend about it. She registered and gave birth a few weeks ago. It was 8,000 naira she paid after delivery. So imagine that. Is that £2? That's less than £5. So £5 for the fullness of hospital delivery. That's the charge. And it goes on. This is Chioma Mary Chukwuji. And she goes on to reply to verify. I used Ilera Eco in 2023. I gave birth through CS. So that's cesarean section, or hopefully that I said that right. I used Ilera Eco in 2023, gave birth through CS and paid 9,500 because it doesn't cover feeding. Is this even a complaint? You give birth to via cesarean section, or this cesarean section or sector, correct me if you're medical, when you're complaining about paying less than 10K. Well, how much is 10K? That's not even £10. This is Lillian. So this must be a southeastern group that's speaking to themselves. This is Lillian Chinye Favor. It says Choma sis, please, did you register? And then it goes on. It says, please, can I register for it at General Hospital? And then she replies, they have an office in General Hospital Isolo. That's where I registered. But if you are not close to that location, I can. So it peters off. So it really tells the narrative then of a sophisticated medical provision by Lagos State to its indigents. So that's that. Is there anything else in the news? Nobody else sent anything to me. So I think there's a dearth somewhat within the news cycle. Let's see, what else do we have? Apart from Very Dark Man and Fani Kayode. Oh, all right. Let's see. Is there anything else? Oh, there is this one. Okay, let's go to the clips. The clips, there's plenty of clips to go through. So let's go to the clips. So now let's start it off with this one. Actually, this is a pass the baton clip of the outgoing welcoming the incoming. But is the incoming going to probe the outgoing? What am I talking about? I'm talking about. So there it is right there. So that was Mele Kyari, the now ex-czar of NNPC. I handed over to Bayo Ojulari, the now new overlord of NNPC. So the Yorubanisation continues unabated. But we'll see what this guy brings out, and we'll see what sort of. I wonder if it was Dangote that pushed Mele Kyari out, although it was on borrowed time anyway. A lot of people surprised that he lasted as long as he did, but that was the transitioning right there. Outgoing, incoming, Mele Kyari handing over the baton to Ojulari. So there it is right there. We'll see what he brings us. So now, this clip that I'm about to play you now is something that has been happening pretty much since the elections finished in 2023. So this has been ongoing since 2023 when the elections finished. There's an agenda by the Labour Party to capture Lagos State. So know that. I've said that in the past. I'm saying it now, and I'm sure I'll say it in the future again. But there's an agenda by the Labour Party to capture Lagos State. So there's that agenda. And the perfect opportunity now to capture Lagos State is coming up in 2027. Because in 2027, you will have a totally unknown quantity, which will be the candidate for the APC, contending against people that are already established within the space. Especially Chinedu Rose-Vivo. So the push to get Chinedu Rose-Vivo to seize hold of Lagos State is very much being orchestrated by the Labour Party, and that orchestration has been happening since February 2027. So since February 2023, since the last election, February 2023. So that has been ongoing. So what form does that take? What they have been doing since that time, because it needs the period of 4 years for the plan to come to fruition. What they have been doing is that they have been, since February 2023, they have been moving voters' cards from the interlands into Lagos, and trusted voters' cards at that as well. They've been moving voters' cards from their interland bases into Lagos, and they've been strategically, like Alimusho local government, all those spaces, they've been slotting voter cards into those spaces in order then to launch at Lagos State in 2027. Why am I saying all this? Watch this. Where is it? Hold on. Why am I saying all that? Watch. Where is it? I had it lined up. So why am I saying all that? Watch this.
State, Abia, and I swear we are not going to negotiate Lagos State. Instead of this Honorable Ginger Mutebu just stepping out from the center where this program just held. And as you can know, we are not going to negotiate Lagos State at any level. Remember, Lagos State is our top priority. We can lose any state, but we must not lose Lagos State. All stakeholders are hereby on this order. Make sure that we have a massive vote against APC in Lagos State, so as to make sure that we conquer in Lagos State. Otherwise, we are going to go back to square one. Lagos is our top priority. Lagos is where we have a big problem. We must not give out at any cost, even if it costs us our lives.
So there it is right there. There's a strategy to capture Lagos State, and that strategy is quite sophisticated. They are moving voters card into Lagos. So you will see how 2027 plays out. But the most fervently fought spaces, the battle for Lagos State will be certainly a lot more intense than even the battle for the presidency. The battle for the presidency is not going to be that intense, because in the build-up to the elections, everybody will already know, just from the debates and the arguments, we will all already know what will happen when they start to unfurl the achievements of Tinubu and then the need for completion and all of that. So the results in 2027 is not going to be really controversial. And when they declare Tinubu re-elected, the arguments to say that it was rigged or cheated, it cannot really be that strong, because the debate will lead you to the validation of that result. So that's that. But the central attack against Lagos State, that is going to be ugly and brutish, because they've been moving voters' cards there for quite a while now. So now, Ebin Power, when was there ever a time that Ebi was stockpiling them in Nigeria? Watch this.
Tàtàjọ́ ti ẹ̀ṣẹ́ rà rárá lẹ́nìí. Yìí ń tààrà lẹ́nìí tó bá jẹ́ pé ní sọ̀wọ́ ni mẹ́ta la máa tà £1 méjì £1. Bá ṣe máa tà ní ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wọ́n wà tó jẹ́ pọ́jà Better Life. Òun ló jẹ́ ká lè bá ṣe lè yìí. So tòmátì yẹn gan, tòmátì eléso tiwa ní, tòmátì tiwa lélẹ̀ kìí ṣe ti mọ́là. Tòmátì oko dẹ̀rẹ̀ ó wọ́n gan ni tí kìí ṣe kékeré. Ṣùgbọ́n torí ti Better Life, òun la ṣe tà bá ṣe tàbù. Pọ́kú lówó ẹ̀ la bù pàápàá. Apẹ̀rẹ̀ mẹ́ta ta kó wá, ó ti tọ́n tó kù náà ni a tún lọ kó sí wá ń sìn.
So that's as far back as 1990. Was that even under Abacha? Or was that even under Babangida? Who knows? And as far back as 1990, Nigerians lamenting about food inflation. So Ebin Power has always been a recurring decimal within the Nigerian space. So Ebin Power has always been a recurring decimal within the Nigerian space. But good news. Let me interject all of the woes with a bit of good news. The new Alaafin for you was crowned, was it yesterday?
Àwọn tó wá láwọn ò gbọ́, àbí wọn ò tí ì rí, àwọn tó wá sì ń sá káàkiri kí wọ́n máa bọ̀ wá bá kábíyèsí. Kábíyèsí o. Kábíyèsí. Thank you, Excellency. Kábíyèsí ọba Adébọ́lá Akéèké ọba Adébọ́lá.
Ó lóun ti pìsẹ́ǹtì ẹ̀ kọjá. Ó lóun ti pìsẹ́ǹtì ẹ̀.
So that is right there. Oba Owóadé, that's the new Alaafin for you, the preeminent king of really the black race. You have to say is the foremost king is the most important king, a black king, which then makes him the king of the black race. So there it is right there, the crowning of the king of the black race. You know, to be forewarned, they say, is to be forearmed. I'm sure you've heard that phrase. To be forewarned or to be forewarned is to be forearmed. So to be forewarned and is to be forearmed. And here is Rotimi Amechi forewarning here.
Then the candidate of my choice is Dankuku Peter aside, because I believe he will do a better job than Nyesom Wike. I have said to Rivers people, you know Nyesom Wike, he loves and worships money. Nothing more, nothing less. He can betray his mother for money. Nothing more, nothing less. So it's up to you, the Rivers people, to decide who you want to vote for. You want to vote for God, or you want to vote for Satan? If you're a Christian, you vote for those who are Christians. When I mean Christian, it's not those who said we have repented recently. We are no longer Oboni recently.
So that was as far back way back then. Rotimi Amechi for warning the River State people that look, if you vote Rotimi, if you vote Yemsen Wike, it will show you Shege Pro Max. But I don't think Wike actually showed them a Shege Pro Max. I think Wike still stands as the best governor yet that River State had yet experienced. So let's go on from there to this next one. So this one now is Obi Ezekwesili. For as ardent as an obedient as she is, as ethnic as she is, I was surprised then that she speaks Yoruba fluently. Watch this. This is more of a light-hearted, it's a convivial interaction with your former president, Obasanjo.
Thank you. Just say thank you. It's very easy to say thank you very much for putting this birthday. Thank you. You just come from the beginning to the end. You didn't say thank you. Don't take the microphone. Not the microphone. We should say I thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So that was a beautiful moment right there between Obi Ezekwesili, or as Reno Omokri likes to call her, IPOB Ezekwesili, and her former boss, Obasanjo. So that was a human moment right there. So a human moment right there, you know, it starts to rankle a little bit, this debate that suddenly sparked up. Nobody even knew that it was a thing, but the rascally elements in Edo State, they're starting to, they've been saber rattling towards the Yoruba faith for quite a few months, almost about 2 years now, even though their own leadership tells them that the Yorubas are their daddies. Watch this. This one is for Niger man, Antonio Africa.
Unfortunately, there will be there's not enough time, but I will go briefly to why I use that phrase. Prince Oromia came to invade Igoromigodo in 12th century AD. During the invasion, they didn't succeed. He deliberately defiled, raped, and impregnated our daughter, Princess Eyimide, which gave birth to the first Oba of Benin. So the whole of Obaeweka dynasty, they are illegitimate, they are illicit, they are burnt children. They are not supposed to. The Oba of Benin is the son of our daughter. And how can the son of our daughter ruling us and still insulting us? That's why we say that those who live in glass houses should not throw stone. Besides that, it has never happened in the history of Benin. Obaere Dawa slept with his own sister Ikoyeme, an Oba daughter, to produce the current Obaeware II. It's an abomination in Benin. It has never happened. It has never happened. It's so strange. Then, that is even the worst. He himself has even done worse than what the father did. He's always attracted to his sisters, to his siblings. He has had children from his direct siblings. He's sleeping with virtually all his siblings in the palace. This is an abomination in Benin for a brother to sleep with his sister. It has never happened before. But today it's very common in that over there. And they are stood there. How can somebody live in a glass house with 20 stone? It is wrong. So it is therefore annoying to hear them saying that my own king is saint. His installation is sacrilegious. When the person talking to person sponsoring this campaign is even more sacrilegious. It's still more sacrilegious. That the son of our daughter today is our king, and we are worshiping him. We are not dragging the stool of the Oba Benin with them. We are not interested. Allow us bear our father Nebuchadnezzar Ogiame. They quietly stole it without letting us know. By 1968, Ogiame was already a gazetted king. Then by 1979, without our knowledge, he went and created another stool in the Oba of Benin Palace and said that we are now a chief under him, which is criminal, which is fraudulent. So those who live in glass houses should not throw stone.
And then it is right there, Oba Atope A and all that. So Oba Atope A and all that, that should be put to some sort of a musical beat. Actually, it lends itself to rap music, doesn't it? It sounds like the chorus of a rap verse. Da 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 da. Oba Atope A. So it sounds like the chorus of a rap verse, but actually not rapping. Fully switched on. Here is Tinubu batting off. Can you imagine Buhari being able to answer questions with this level of understanding? What's this?
Understood, Mr. President.
Good.
Yes. I think what especially critics are arguing is that it seems to be rushed and that you could have perhaps preceding, just before the presentation to the National Assembly, you could have sought maybe for more dialogue, a political solution to preempt the outcry and resistance that you faced afterwards.
Every tax situation without outcry is not a tax. Well, you cannot satisfy uniformly the larger community of tax evaders. Look at this tax reform. It's pro-poor. The vulnerables are not to pay taxes. All we ask for is widen the net, bake the cake larger, so that we can share a larger meal. What is in it? They will still ask for this consultation no matter how long I delay it. The hallmark of a good leader is the ability to do what you have to do at the time it has to be done. That's my philosophy. You have given me the mandate to govern. Let me govern within the limit of my capacity. And I believe I have that capacity. I believe so. That's why I went into the race. I am focused, laser focused on what Nigeria needs and what I must do for Nigerians.
So there it is right there. Anybody that feels that this guy doesn't understand what he's doing or what is going on around him, you remember when they released this budget or when they did the manifesto, and all of these people were running around that, he didn't even know what was in this manifesto. He just read that. This guy is as sharp as they come. It's as sharp as, this is the thing, is dour, rather a damp-looking look. You know that look? I think it fools people into thinking that it's not capacitated mentally. It's as sharp as they come. And if you come at him, even if you understand that he's sharp, he's probably almost likely to outwit you anyway. But if you're coming at him like he was some sort of a fool, then you're just lamb to slaughter. Lamb to slaughter. So let me play you this clip here. They've been asking them all of these monies that's been saved from the fuel subsidy, the removal of arbitrage in the exchange rate, all of that, where is it going? And they will continue to hear endless narratives of infrastructural development, and we're not even hearing the infrastructural development in audio form. We are hearing them in audio visual forms because people are recording and posting those infrastructural developments on a daily basis, and the man superintending it is never tiring of telling you what he's doing. Here is Umahi glorying in his work.
Oji, too many questions at a time, but let me take the last one.
Sure.
Yes, I was very disturbed because the closure of the bridge, the process should have been for him to have reported to the PAM secretary in writing and of course through WhatsApp message, because it's an emergency situation. And then the PAM secretary would have also reported to me. And of course, in an emergency situation, while you're reporting to PAM secretary, you are also, copying me as the minister, because it's an emergency situation. So that was not done. And we temporarily placed her on suspension to ascertain why that was done. And so she presented to us the picture of, the bridge as it was at the time she was closing it. So we saw that there was a very big, crack. And if that bridge was not closed at the time it was closed, it would have led to multiple traffic accidents. And that would have been good, lives would have been lost. And so when we looked at it, so we, agreed with her that there was a need to close that bridge. But the only mistake was that she should have escalated, the closure at the time she did. But I also saw that she announced to Lagosian in a couple of days, look, we are going to close this bridge. So after we looked at the whole thing in the ministry, so we decided to, recall her and pardon her for the honest mistake. So that's what happened. She has resumed her work.
So there it is right there. So that's the controversy around the Independence Bridge in Lagos that was closed for repairs. But apparently, and notice was given. They gave about 2-3 days notice, but maybe not amplified it enough for it to reach the users. There were people stuck on that bridge for 4-8 hours, which cannot have been a pleasant experience. Talking about unpleasant experiences, the whole of Yoruba land and the whole of the South has now been subsumed by the Fulani herdsmen, and they are picking us up at will. We might as well surrender because they're not going anywhere. Watch this.
My name is Prince Enola Ojajuni, the National President of Afenifere National Youth Council. To all the leaders of the Yorubas presently, the OPC leader and all the present leaders of the Yorubas, it happened to occur on the 17th of February. I had a meeting in Abuja with Abuja Chambers of Commerce. Unfortunately, my flight was scheduled for Tuesday, and I just have to be in Abuja on Monday. Like I said, we proceed on that journey on that fateful Monday. It was a black Monday, a Monday that I will never forget in my life. A Mondays of sorrow, a Mondays of agony and pains, because what I went through, it was the grace of God, mercy of God. It has saved me for that terrible experience. And what happened to me, I doubt it can happen in Borno State, in Katsina, in all the northern part of this state, because I believe the Yoruba, what our leaders have said, no Yoruba can go to part of the north and kidnap the emir or any leaders of the northern part. So as a result of this, I think urgent needs to be taken in order for us to stop this ungodly attitude of Fulani X-Men, because I was signaled by Fulani X-Men. Like I said, on that 17th, when we get to Ondo State, and from Ondo State, after Ikare, the journey was smoothly, and we proceed to a town called Akumo. It was after 3 minutes between Akumo and the Nigerian military checking point. In fact, just 3 minutes between Amateku and the Nigerian military checking point, there will be ambush. 19 bullets were thrown in my car, and I sustained 2 bullets AK-47 in my bubble, and other vehicle that was coming from Abuja, other going to Osun State was ambushed along the land were 9 in number that was kidnapped, and we started that journey. The journey was, I was bleeding seriously. When we trekked, the incident happened around 1:44 in the afternoon. It was 10 p.m. before we stopped trekking in the bush. We were just trekking without no destination. It was after the second day that they gave us access to our food. So I was the only one that had food, because my phone and my laptop iPad was in my travel bag at the front of the car. So they never knew they went through my profile. So they just call me, we know you. You are the leaders of Afeni Ferry. You will see your ID card. You will go and stay there. You are a special person. All of you. They just decided to put us separately. And after they asked me to come and my family, the first person I called, it was my wife. I told my wife and I instructed the National Secretary of Afeni Ferry that he should release a press statement that I was kidnapped on my way to Abuja and I sustained bullet injury. That was how we started that journey for 12 days. No food, no medical care. Every day we were subjected to torture. In fact, because I just have to come because medically I'm not fine. I was released on the 1st of March. My phone was being tracked. The funny part of this scenario is that when we were being kidnapped, it was 3 minutes or minutes checking point. When the first ransom was paid by a young man in Ibadan, they paid the ransom very close to minute checking point. When the second ransom was paid by a lady in Kwara State, the money was paid. If you know Akama very well, if I go to Abuja, at the back of the woman that is selling food, the second ransom was paid there. The third ransom was paid opposite Nigeria prison service, very close to the minute checking point. My own ransom, I was to be paid in Ikare and Akoko, but because my phone was being tracked, they have to check location. So a day I was released, they knew that I cannot go because sustained 2 bullet injury. I have been weak. One of them just have to go to a journey, about 3 hours journey. They went to go and prepare their goal. They gave me the house to drink. After drinking the house, I slept for 2 hours. They carried the leaf and put it in the back of my yash where there's bullet. So they just told me that we are proceeding on a journey. I have to call, I have to pray that I want to talk to my wife. If I pray that I want to make up, I must subject to beating. And the reason why, because I'm a leader of Afeni Ferry. The Afeni Ferry has been giving the Fulani and the Hausa some challenges. Because they told me. The point where I'm going, that every Yoruba, every sons and daughters of Yoruba must rise and must defend our land. I'm so glad that we have thousands of police here. It's unfortunate that the so-called Amateur, let me not put it that way, they're falling to political appointment. May his soul rest in peace, my great governor, Rotimi Akeredolu. If the man is alive, I can assure you, it will enforce all the Amateur in Southwest to go after those people. Since Akeredolu have died, Amateur, they don't function like they will be functioning. So, as I was saying, so on that day, they told me we were going on a journey. I just have to look at the time. The time was, that was on the 28th of February. The time was 3 or 4:23. We started the journey between 43 until the second day, 5 a.m. We're trekking in the bush. No food, no water. In the morning, they asked me to call my wife. I called my wife. My wife said the ransom has complete. I paid much of a lot of money. Nigerians stood up. Everybody, my family contributed money. So that I won't be able to die. But thank God that I came out alive to tell my story. Because a lot of people have been kidnapping, but they fear us. They can't come out to say all this. And I discovered that we were trekking from Kapa. We trekked to Ibilo in Edo State. Ibilo in Edo State, I have the authority to say, is the whole of the Fulani who are kidnapping or terrorizing us in Southwest. In fact, that day, my wife and my younger brother with Nigerian Foreign Service, they counted about 5 new motorcycles that was trailing them to the bush, and the money was paid again very close to Nigeria military checking point. So definitely something is going on between our sons and these people. The money was paid. After the money was paid, I was released on the 1st of March. Then they took me to Ikare Hospital where the first surgery was commenced and the second surgery was done about 2 weeks ago. But my message to Southwest Governor, because their first priority is to protect life and property. A place where there's insecurity, there's no how you can create jobs, there's no how investors want to come to that state. No matter how the potential of resources you want to have, nobody will come and invest. I have a message for Ondo State Governor, very important. I have a message for the state governor, very important. I have a message for State, Ekiti State, and Lagos State, very important. Because I've said I'm not going to release any information based on the national security. I will stay, and this will expect. They showed me 5 camps that they have in our land. And they told me in Ondo, they have 26. I will continue to be saying that 26 camps of the terrorists in Ondo State and other part of Southwest making 53 camps. If somebody can have 55 camps in a particular region, tell me. After I was released by the Fulani men, Akure North was attacked because they told me that they are coming. When I am on board, so my fathers and leaders of the Yoruba, it is a very urgent, like I already have said, life and security of our people is very paramount to us, and we must protect it. We must protect our heritage. State police, community police, if they are named for the central government to come back and retake it to restructure their material security network, put in the right people. Don't avoid 10 days of party member that cannot enforce criminals. Put in the right people that can be able to save the lands of Yoruba. And Mr. President, you have the right to do the same thing now because you are Yoruba, so that your name can be right in good. All this thing that is happening, it cannot happen to anybody in the north. Now it's happening in those states. Nobody is supporting jungle justice. It happened in Edona. They are going to against us. When there was a young girl was killed in daylight in the northern part, what can these people do? Yoruba are Somali. We are not a slave. It is time that we stand up and defend our territory. Lord, just be Lord. Thank you.
And then it's right there. So that is the account of an Afenifere functionary that was kidnapped by Fulani headsmen. And he told us in the course of that narration that they are all over. They told him that they're all over our forest, camped in the 50s, or just all over the southwest region. So they've encircled us and they can launch at us at any point in time. So there it is right there. So I'm not quite sure. They keep telling us that their first priority is to secure lives and properties, and they've done neither. But so there it is. That's the narrative of the goings on in Yoruba land. So that's the narrative of the goings on in Yoruba land. We play the Kegite music, see what happens next. The Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba, which seems to be not a recording decimal. So Baba, it's you and I. Are you ready, Baba?
Yeah, woman, I'm ready. I hope you had a nice weekend. And welcome to the new week. And expected co-panelists, make haste and come quickly. So let's have a robust discussion. People of the commentariat, I salute you. The usual favorites are there, Oga I or MOP. That's man of prestige, Adam Kulata, and all the rest keep coming. And esteemed viewers, I hope you've clicked the like button, which is the most important. And do not forget to like and share whilst at it. And for the eavesdropper, please kindly repent. Yes, woman. Let me start with Fani Ferry guy. Yeah, he's doing a good work. So we commend him, but he wouldn't say that he doesn't know that Amotekun, they are doing a very great job in all the southwest axis. Things they are doing cannot be put on the pages of newspaper. And the OPC too, they've been mobilized. They are in the forest all over the place. And of course, they are treating anything, because it's the only animal that lives in the forest. And they go there to hunt animals. So even the one with 2 legs, carrying sanda. So no fear in that place. Nothing can happen. If they come into town, they know how to handle it. Like the guy who was pooing there. You can see the kind of human being. I mean, how could you?
What did you think was going on there, Baba? Even as uncivilized as you say in Northerner, so he must know enough to know that you don't poo on a bridge. So what do you think he's doing there?
One man.
I thought it was an attack. I thought it was an ethnic attack. That look, you Yoruba people, I poo on you.
It's a long time. Way back, Rena has been beating us with these people. You know, Very Dark Man was complaining that people were driving past and they were not doing anything. How could, if I'm driving alone, so I would just park my car, come down, and confront somebody who has been authorized by the law, established law, recorded law, that they are entitled to carry dagger. Yes. If Ogbeni is listening, please fact check me, come correct me, check your law records. So I can't remember if it's High Court or if it's Supreme Court judgment. Way back in the 70s or so, there was a judgment that says a Fulani man or an Hausa man carrying knife on his hand, below the shoulder, is that the forearm they call it, that is part of their cultural dressing. That case happened at the height of where people have been arrested when you are armed with even sharpened nail in Lagos. And they arrested some of these people carrying knives. And that case went up to High Court, I can't remember. And it was established that you can arrest them. They have the right to carry knife. It's part of their cultural dressing. That's the kind of pampering we've been giving these people. So how will I take a risk, come down from my car to challenge somebody who has been authorized to carry dagger? And he will start pursuing me on the bridge. Somebody will steal my car. Very Dark Man was able to do that because there were about 3 or 4 of them. So they could tackle him easily. And I wonder why they didn't ask him to put that thing in his pocket. Right? Because he's going to throw it away as soon as they left that place. Nobody will mind. Nobody will even know what is in there. But what manner of human being? What manner of human being? This has nothing to do with literacy or education. In the glare of light, cars passing, you could go under the bridge. That is even maybe pardonable, excusable. But to stay right on the bridge, to do that, who sent you? Who sent them? Is it part of an agenda? I don't know, except maybe he has couscous in his head. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe he's not a normal person. A normal human being, educated or not, literate or not, will not do that. Anywhere in the world. Very strange habit. And I'm telling you, if you caught 10 people in Lagos doing that, 9 will be people of that from that side of the country in Lagos. In Lagos.
Am I wrong? Because I've said it in the past and people seem to recall from it. Am I wrong to say that people, especially from the north, they should be made to go through some sort of orientation process before they're allowed to live in Lagos?
That's extreme.
No.
I wouldn't go to that. We are all Nigerians. They say, according to our constitution, you can go wherever you please. That's what the constitution says. You can go wherever you please. You are Nigerian. We are Nigerian. So we just have to tolerate them. But then this actually calls for the need for state police. Because if we have state police in Lagos, Lagos is capable of employing them in numbers and dressing them up properly, armed to regulations. And I don't think with state police, this kind of thing will happen or will be the norm, as it were. So I just hope it's in the work, and I just hope it should come quickly, this state police thing.
I just can't fathom it. From the north on north, how can a sentient being of brain function think it is okay to pull his trousers down on a bridge and proceed to pull there? What sort of thought process lands you to and that was an okay thing to do, that is acceptable? How is that possible?
It's strange. These same people, maybe I'm not anti-North, but let's describe people in their perspective. I mean, as a Yoruba man, I know what we do, how other people perceive us. Some are true, some are untrue, but we all have habits. You get my point. Look, even on the train tracks in Lagos, they trade there. They stayed. Of course, but they are in their numbers greater.
Images.
As out of these train tracks for only themselves. It's when the train is coming and they start blaring its horn, they will start taking off their wares out of the train track, putting them. As soon as the train left, they will come back again. Why they are not even tired of going back and forth, I don't know. That to the extent that Lagos state government have to fence the track, the train track from Uyingbo to Alagbado, monies that could be used for several other things if we all behave in a civilized manner. And even with that, they still manage to go through the barbed wire and do their thing. It's a strange habit, but I just think state police will help us manage that, particularly in Lagos, where they have the resources to have them recruited in numbers. So let me quickly go because it's populating gradually. Yes, sir.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
If I may ask you, please, I just want some clarification from you.
Yeah.
Good evening, by the way.
Good evening.
Are you saying that the people that do this stuff are from the north? Is that what you're saying?
Say again.
I mean, you were saying something like the people that one man was saying something like people from the north should be given some orientation before living in Lagos. So I'm asking, are you suggesting that people from the north do this? Is that what you're saying?
No, you just had me. I told him count me out of that. I told him just count me out of that.
Do you disagree with that, Joel, that they should go through some orientation before they're allowed to live?
No. One man, you see, this you can't talk about orientation and homelessness in the same language. You must make sure your orientation has to start with them living in a house. When we were talking about them living in a bush, you said, "Oh, that is you guys were supporting them." Right? The thing there is that if I come to Lagos right now as an Igbo man, I don't need to go live near the ocean or go and disturb the Rajes. right? I'll just try and see if I have someone to house me, and from there, I can do my thing, you know, and that will be just temporary. But one man, I will tell you this: it is not only the northern people that do this pooping. It's a lot of Yorubas that do it too.
Oh, on the bridge.
Oh yes, oh yes.
A
I
lot
mean,
of Yorubas do it.
if we, it's a lot.
The last one that we played here, they were Southeasterners too, a man and a woman in Lagos State.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is this, right? We cannot reduce them to just the northerners, right? Depending on who you catch. Now, you're talking about only the bridge. I stay behind Ebutemeta East railway station. On that whole track, one man, people poop on those tracks. You come out in the morning, you just see it. Not one, not two, 50, 60. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it will be unfair to make it something make it about the north. You know, I think every tribe, especially the Yorubas too, they do it a lot. I'm telling you honestly.
So the Igbos don't do it.
I mean, I'm not saying that the Igbos do not do it. I'm just saying that when you look at it,
You remember the last time we played this sort of game, it was an Igbo guy, wasn't it? Do you remember that one that the last man caught him and then they made him cut, just like what that man did?
That man did. No, like I said, right? Depending on who you catch, right? But if I'm going to look at it based on where people are populated, like if I'm looking at where I am, where you have Ebutemeta east and west, mostly people that stay there are Yorubas.
No,
right?
Northerners. Ebutemeta is full of Abokis now.
Well, no, one man. I'm telling you where I stay now. You're going to tell me where I stay? I'm telling you where I stay. So, Ebutemeta West, right? Especially that one I know. If you go along that whole rail track down to Yaba, it is poop. People come back from work at night and just decide to poop. You see them sometimes. You are walking, you see them. They just like, squat and do their thing. You know, so it's something that, like Baba said, if they're going to be something like a state police, that will go a long way. But that state police have to work at night because most times they do this thing at night when they are coming back from work. And Lagos is like a 24-hour state, right? So it is really,
it's a 24 hours economy. It doesn't shut down. Economy.
It doesn't shut down. You know, I will tell you there are places you go to like at night, 1 a.m. People are still waking up to go to market. That's how Lagos is. So Lagos is crazy. So it has to be a 24-hour thing, and devoid of any tribe, because I believe that all tribes engage in that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, so let me quickly go to the ambassadorial screening that is going on. It's even rumored that Omokri is amongst the lots, the 100 and something candidates. And I'll be delighted for that. He's done a lot of good work of late, and he deserves some compensation. And there's been a lot of back and forth, just for the laugh, and to tell you the extent of which anything can be politicized in Nigeria. Femi Pedro, you can't believe it. The islanders, the people, the Renaissance Patriot group, they now claim that Femi Pedro is not a Lagosian. And I mean, even people who went to school with us together, everybody.
You don't get one Lagos than Pedro. Even the name Pedro, you don't get it anywhere else outside of Lagos.
He was in Ahmadiyya College. I've never seen this kind of thing before. And calling on some of their shut this thing, and they swear, oh, it's an Ijebu person. I know even Ijebu bears a Catholic name, a Portuguese name, a Portuguese name. Only the Egbas do. And people I think should know better, older than myself, arguing that, oh, it's Shomolu, is his background. They came to Aguda on the island when he was small. And politics is really tiring, but I'm delighted for him. I'm really delighted because he missed the ministerial position, and then let him go cool his head somewhere. And I think it will be Canada or America for him, or even UK. Any of that tree, outside of any of that tree, no way. But I'm happy also for Fani Kayode because he's done very well. He's shown that he is cut from the same fabric like his forebears, because despite the fact that he did good work during the campaign and they stayed 2 years quiet without attacking the government, quietly supporting them, unlike some other people who are not patient at all, who has sense of entitlement and want to be minister by all means possible. So he deserve it. And of course, that's how his rehabilitation will start. And by the time he comes back from that assignment, of course, he can be given something else. He could be a minister. He has a pedigree. He has the knowledge, despite the fact that, I mean, every saint.
You mean FFK?
Yeah, every saint has a past. Every saint has a past. Every sinner has a future. Every sinner has a future. Every saint has a past.
Oh my God, Baba. Baba. So
we no go school, no read.
So hold on now. So we go just throw away the corruption case where they against her, right?
They go question him now. They're not question. Okay, wait. I dey like all this kind of thing. Joel, let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Wait now. Joel, wait. I like this kind of thing. Look, I've come to know Nigeria through history, some of which I lived, some of which predate my birth. But when it comes to this, my teeth is better than your teeth, it's not today. It's not today. And lest I forget, Chief Olun lawyer passed yesterday, God rest his soul. And this story I'm going to say, I had it from Chief Olun lawyer. He went to visit Tafa Balewa. He was sent by Chief Olowo to see Tafa Balewa. And during that period, Mbadiwe was going through federal inquiry for embezzlement. And Tafa Balewa, the Prime Minister, told Chief Olun lawyer that this is part of the problem he's facing. That does he know that the embezzlement case against Chief Mbadiwe, he just received a delegation, Sir Louis Odumegwu Ejukwu, Dr. Akano Imbiam, and one other prominent Igbo chief. They came to tell him that if you have to take Mbadiwe to court, then you must take a Yoruba man also to court. You must take an Hausa man also to court. So this thing dates back. So living like that, Joel. So let me quickly go to this this ambassadorial thing. I think it's due, and all of them should go. Omokri should be given a juicy post like Germany, and things like that, because we are preparing for the next campaign period, the election. Despite the fact they are surrendering already before 2027, we don't want to sleep. We don't want to sleep because Lagos is in their eyes, is in their sight. And of course, that's a joke because me thinks that they are just joking. Lagos is not going anywhere. And I will put a bet on it when the time comes. If LP, both presidential governor, if they get 150,000 votes in Lagos, there will be a price to pay for me to. There will be money for me to lose to whoever stake a bet against me.
Yeah, there's a slim chance of Road Viper getting Lagos, you know.
It is his right to contest. He's a Lagosian, bona fide one, as Lagosian as myself, no doubt. I will not take that anything away from him.
It will be the best candidate in that field. If
Sure, one man, don't bait me. I won't bite. But which candidate? I beg, let them leave that one. Nothing is happening to Lagos. It's going to be 100%, 100%, 100%. Yes, sir, Joel.
What if it was a real Yoruba person? Would
You say what?
What if it was a proper Yoruba person, Roswitha?
He's a proper Yoruba. I'm telling you, he's a Lagosian, nothing as Yoruba as myself, as Lagosian as myself.
Yeah,
you can't take that away from him.
Is a tainted Yoruba guy, though?
No, he is not. We are a patriarchy. We are a patriarchy in Nigeria.
Why
As
does
a patriarchy, he bears his father's name.
Why does he parade himself as Chinedu then if it's not tainted?
His name is Gbadebo Chinedu. We have both side, mother's side and father's side. If that is his middle name, so be it. It's a recognition of his maternal side. I don't see any quarrel with that. Don't say it's my bias, maybe because I have a household like that, but it's not a question of bias. It's a question of what is the truth. You understand? So let me quickly go because I know let me quickly go to this Natasha thing. Look, there's a thin line that separates protest and subversivism. I think she is inching towards being a subversive. And I call what she's doing playing a kind of Zelenskyan politics of the Ukrainian stock. A Zelenskyan politics. She should be very careful. Because I just read when Man of Prestige wrote now that she's going to New York Times to grant an interview and things like that. She should just, if she doesn't want this thing to rest, what she wants to do to destroy a man, and in this wanting to destroy a man, you want to tarnish a country, a whole country too, of 200 million people. What's your reason? What's your agenda? Because this lady, if you look at, it's like she has a death wish with her dressing, her behavior, her posturing. She is modeling her career like that of Benazir Bhutto of Pakistan. We know how but she is not a good measure of Benazir Bhutto, because Bhutto came from a very high stock. The father was one of the founding fathers of Pakistan. That is Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, founded Pakistan. And when it comes to education, I don't think anybody can be higher than Benazir Bhutto. That sujud she did, no, it's not sujud. They did not see her. She was kissing the mother earth. She was kissing the earth, not using her forehead to touch the earth. They didn't look at it properly. And I can remember Benazir Bhutto doing that in Islamabad during her political campaign. When at the heat of that campaign, I think she was threatened not to come to Islamabad. And when she disembarked, the first thing she did was to go down that same way, that same kind of dressing, and kiss the soil. And we know how Benazir ended. Apart from the corruption charges and how she was. So I just feel for her. If they've taken Akpabio's money, she and the husband, allegedly, let them just chop it quietly. And not start to attack, and now say you will bring the evidence later at the appropriate time. Who are you kidding? Who are you deceiving? You think we are all mumu in that country? You have no evidence. You have nothing other than just to smear the man. And the man is in a bind because somebody is saying you did this. You can't go to the police and start to write the police and arrest her or come and prove it. I don't think that is possible on points of law. You that is supposed to take him now to the police, you are refusing to take him to the police. You are refusing to institute a legal procedure on that sexual harassment thing. And you, everywhere you go, and you're embellishing the story every day, expanding it.
Baba, did Justice Nyako not even do a media ban that none of the parties should go into the media anymore until the case has been adjudicated?
You know, dog when go lost. You need to hear whistle. That's what she's playing with, and she's playing with politicians. She thinks she's strong. He thinks this is Kogi politics in herself and Yaya Bello and what's the other Dino Melaya playing. This is national level. This is national level.
Woman, greetings, Baba. Woman, can I ask Baba a question if you don't mind?
Of course,
Yeah,
you're a
with
host
all
now.
pleasure. Go ahead.
Yeah, greetings everyone. Greetings, Baba. Greetings, Chukud. Greetings, Charles of Nashville. Greetings, the Star. Welcome to the show. My name is Dr. Adama. Baba, this is my question to you. I heard that whatever that was going on in Natasha petition being removed or whatever at the INEC, that INEC rejected it. So my question to you is this. Why did INEC reject it? If you can answer, because the words that we use here in
Well,
America
I can
or
answer
something.
you. I can
Yes,
answer
go
you
ahead, sir.
with
Go ahead,
figures,
sir. Thank you.
numbers. Look, the election that brought her to power in Kogi, as is that central Kogi zone, senatorial zone, there were about 400 plus registered voters. During the election, they had about 105 people voted for she and a competitor. She got, I think, 54,000 or so, and the other contestant got about 50 or 52. They went to court, she won, she came to the Senate. Now for the record, when they did it, they acquired 253,000 signatures, because the law says to do a record, you must have this number of percentage of registered voters, not even voters that cast their vote. They got beyond that threshold. And it says you must have their phone numbers, their addresses, and their identification number. They did everything. Now, INEC tried now to look at what they submitted against the voters register. They certified 43.7% of the 253,000. The only difference they rejected was 35,000 voters. So they asked them, well, we cannot do your bidding. Go back and put your house in order. So the signature they are looking for now is for 35,000. And when they have that 35,000, the process will start in earnest. So they've done well, in my opinion, because to have collate 253 and you had only 35,000 left that's to be certified, I think they've done well. They will reach it because they have their own backers too. And if you and your husband think
Baba,
you have money,
Baba, this is my confusion. But then, in order for you to file with INEC, I'm asking, maybe I'm looking from the views of, I'm coming from my point of view is coming from here as an American that know how the system work here in America. Shouldn't they have known how many votes or whatever they had before they filed anything with INEC? Or no, it doesn't matter?
well, when it comes to certification, it's a different ballgame entirely. I'm not saying that collation was not fraught with some fraudulence. You get my point? But they would tidy up, no doubt about that. They that got 220 something, leaving 35,000, What they did to get that 200. Who is that?
How many votes do they need to recall out?
Patoski, wherever
They
you are
need
is very noisy.
253,000 votes.
Patoski, sorry, Baba, wherever you are, Patoski is very noisy.
Yeah, I think it's windy. Okay, let me
Yes.
just. It's windy, that's why.
Yes, thank
They
you.
need 253,000. So they've got certified over 220 or so, thereabout. So remaining 35,000. So they will go and do their correction and come back again. There is no number of times they cannot come back. That's the beauty of it. They can come back again and say you have 10,000 not good enough. They will go and come back again.
Well,
The law
no,
allows
Baba,
that.
Baba, do you think that is right, though? You say the law allows it, but is that right? Should there not be some sort of restrictions that you can only do it X amount of time within a time frame? You cannot incessantly just be doing recall until you succeed now. You
Yes,
do
thank you
it,
so
yeah,
much. Thank you
yeah.
so much, Wama, for answering. That's what I was going to ask
Yeah, but
next.
that
Like,
is the law. I think the electoral this thing after this cycle, let everybody go to this thing. Let's adjust the law. It's as simple as that. But that's the law that as it operates or obtains presently. So,
Wama, this
Adama,
is
let me
why.
quickly go to this
Mhm.
Yorubanization thing. I think we are missing a point. We should give every president has his leeway once he meets up the constitutional requirement for ministerial position. You understand my point? It says every state has to produce one each. Every state. And every state has produced. Whether some states now produce 5 or 3 or 4, it doesn't matter. All righteousness has been fulfilled in letting every state out. But then there's also issue of, in our constitution, federal character, as it requires the DAs, the departments and agencies. The ministry is for each state. As it requires that from the federal character, also, I think the president is observing it. Let's take security, for instance. There are, I think, about 20 or 22 security positions, including Ministry of Defense. You understand? But out of all of that, only 5 occupied by a Southwesterner or from that Southwest zone, only 5. And there's an odd one out, though, the woman in the immigration. She's Yoruba, but she's married to a man from Plateau. But then in Nigerian constitution, you can take your state and seek for anything there, or you can use your husband's state. That's the privilege of being a woman. So a woman has 2 legs in her own state of birth, origin, and that of her husband. So people counting that really doesn't matter. So hardcore Southwest, only 5 from that zone. But the burden of the Southwest now is that you find Yorubas in Kwara, Kwara is a Yoruba state. Kogi, part of Kogi, Yoruba. But Kogi and Kwara are zoned in North Central. And you can't deprive the North Central people of having their own take. And they are not quarreling that they are brother. But the problem is the most likely thing that will happen is anybody appointed in Kwara or Kogi will bear a Yoruba name. So when people hear that, oh, it's from Southwest, which is not the case. I'm not saying Tinubu is not having a lot of Yoruba.
The new NPC guy is from Kwara.
You say what? He's from Kwara. Ojulari is from Kwara. And Kwara is not Southwest, is it? Kwara is not Southwest. Kwara is not Central. Kwara is not Central. It sounds a dubious calculation, but it is the reality. It's not against the law. It's not against the law. So this is the burden the president has to bear. So if we have to count that, so technically Yoruba, the Southwest has eight political zone, 8 states in their political zone, if we count Kwara and Kogi. But we know that's not the case if we put pen to paper. So I yield because he's populating gradually. Woman.
Yeah, before you yield, Baba, I wanted your comment on this this particular piece. You know the guy Valentine Ozigo that crossed over.
Well, he lost too.
He lost
massively. Yeah. He got just 167, and the other guy got 2,000 plus.
I've got the figures here. It says Nicholas, which is the guy that won, 1,455. Valentine 67. Let me play you this clip as the winner glorious victory.
Whoever emerges, the whole party is going to fall behind that person in total support to make sure that he wins the election. We had Honorable Edozie Madu, who scored 8 votes. Please, I've said no victor, no vanquish, so we will clap for all the contestants. Honorable Minister. We have Honorable John Bosco Obina, who scored 26 votes. We have Honorable Valentine C. Ozigbo, who scored 67 votes. We have Prince Nicholas Ukachukwu, who scored 1,455 votes. With the powers conferred on me as the chairman of this primaries and the chief returning officer, I hereby declare Prince Nicholas Chukwujeku Ukachukwu, who have scored a total number of 1,455 votes, the winner of this particular primary.
To uproot every seed that is not of you. Oh.
Do you think this has been a massive miscalculation on the part of Ozigo? He would have gotten that Labour Party ticket without even contestation, and he would have probably performed better as the Labour Party candidate. Soludo will still win. Nobody defeats Soludo in that state. But has he made himself a laughing stock now, Valentine Ozigo?
Yeah. I asked them, didn't he do his homework very well? Before you defect, you must have spoken to the highest hierarchy in APC, and your position will have been guaranteed, because what he told Obi is that he's going there to kind of pursue his ambition. That is the likeliest place he could win an election. But then these defeats, 67, how do you start calculating that? How do you start calculating?
There's even no room for a cheated. 67 to 1,400 and something. There is
that's why I said, where do you start? And Mogalu already has taken the tickets for LP.
And that's not Kingsley, by the way. When I saw Mogalu, I thought Kingsley had lowered his ambition. But
I thought it's Kingsley too. So it's not Kingsley.
It's not Kingsley.
Okay. Thank God for him then.
Also,
I always thought it was Kingsley. No, but I feel so sorry for him anyway, Ozigbo. And I hope maybe if he's patient enough, maybe in 2027, they will make him a minister. But I just want to see the kind of
do you anticipate that he will try and make his way back to Labour Party? He's the one of Peter Obi's trusted lieutenants now.
I think if he's a calculating man, he should not go back. He should just stay the course. He should just stay the course and fight for a position. But that will be in 2027. But I know Tinubu will reshuffle his cabinet going into the election. Most of this crop of ministers will not.
They are saying that earlier when he comes back from France, he will reshuffle.
I don't know that, but I know he will reshuffle most definitely. So Ozigbo should continue to do his work in any APC and pressing pressing buttons here and there, and that's just the way to go. Because if he goes back to LP, now that LP they are having some kind of high, they may just relegate into the background entirely. Because LP is riding on a high now. They have their party back. Bure is on his way out, even though he's fighting. But I think he's the last throw of a dying man. So he can't do anything. And they've given them a good work now. They have their work cut out for them. OT, Obi, Nena D, and all the rest of them. They have their work cut out for them right now. So they better
Baba,
roll up their sleeve. Yes, sir.
Baba, let me just say something real quick about that Ozigbo and Ukashuku. First of all, let me congratulate Nicholas Ukashuku for his victory. But Nicholas Ukashuku is going to be a figurehead candidate of APC.
I'm sorry. I just want to ask, Eddie Martin, is this you talking?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. No problem. Thank you. I just want to make sure it's you. I thought it was Patoski. I tend to miss your voice together, sir.
Okay, let me introduce myself like you did when you came in.
Okay, I yield so to save time for everybody.
How dare you, Adama? I thought you were seduced by enigmatic voice.
Good evening, good morning, everybody. My name is Enigmatic. No, how did you say? My name is Dr. Adamara. My name is Enigmatic, ESQ, LLM, MSP, MBA, DSC.
Oxford Cantab.
I'm soon to be PhD, by the way. I'm soon to be PhD, yeah.
Inshallah.
So, I said, Matthew,
So-
are you going to be do you guys call PhD in UK? We call it here Esquire. Is that what it is in the UK?
No, Esquire is for lawyers. The PhD is different. It's a higher level of it's the level of doctorate degrees.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So please, will you answer?
Is in the United States, by the way.
Nothing is in where?
It's in America now. I've been there for.
No. Ed Martin, he's always
his
told
life.
me that he's in the UK. So Ed Martin, please, could you speak while you're speaking on? Baba just gave us a hint why Natasha thing was brought back from why INEC rejected it. So I want to know why INEC rejected it, because I thought for them to go to INEC, shouldn't they have everything they need before to submit and say this is why we want to remove her? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Adama.
Sorry, Enigmatic. Go to the Valentine's first, and then tail off to what Adama just asked.
Yes, honestly, I'm even trying to avoid that. That Natasha's nonsense. She can go. I've advised her to go to Donald Trump, our fellow sexual predators. They can go and have their conversation in the White House. Anyways, so what I see in Anambra State, Soludo is an APC's proxy candidate. So, and then the thing is that they've made it very easy. What could have been a very Herculean task for Soludo to win easily now is going to coast him easily to victory. Because the obedience, they are yo-yo, they are mob-like. So definitely they hated Soludo a couple of weeks ago, but Soludo is their doyen now because obviously Ozigbo triggered them. And when you look at the strategy behind Ozigbo moving, I believe Ozigbo is going to be compensated with a federal appointment very soon. And then Ukashuku too, after the election, is going to be compensated. It's not going to win the election. Nicholas Ukashuku is not going to be to win the election. What happened in in Oyo State is going to be the repeat and rinse in Anambra State. Soludo is going to be the proxy candidate of APC. APC will fly a mere figurehead candidate just to be on the ballot for them, and then they will compensate both of them after the election. If Ozigbo had remained in Labour Party, it would have been a very big, a little bit of a scuffle, right, politically for Soludo. But it more or less cleared the coast for Soludo by moving out of Labour Party, and they could easily trick. Obedient, all they need is just a little trick. They've been able to use that. And do not forget, the Labour Party candidate now, Mogalu, came from APC. He moved from APC maybe 4 months ago to pick Labour's Party ticket. And the guy who was primed to be the Labour Party's ticket holder moved the other way around. So if you don't understand how this thing is playing out, at the end of the day, it's going to be at the advantage of APC, because Soludo is going to be winning the election, and Soludo will work for APC at the end of the day. That's how it's going to pan out, one man. So Mogalu crossed over to Labour Party like 3 months ago.
Do you see Soludo carpet crossing after the elections?
It doesn't necessarily have to carpet cross or cross carpet, whichever way you want to say. All he needs to do is continue to tow the rope, right? When Peter Obi was in Abga, right, he was a mercenary for PDP, and at the appropriate time, he moved effectively to PDP. This is the same thing that Soludo would do. Soludo will continue to be the mercenary for APC, right, in Anambra State, and by extension, the Southeast. And then at the appropriate time, he will effectively move to APC, just like Peter Obi did then. So this is the game that these guys are not seeing. Because ordinarily, if the status quo had remained the way it was, it would have been a big tussle for Soludo, because obedience for one reason or the other, because you remember that memo, right, one man, that Soludo actually wrote before the 2023 election.
Yes, part one. That memo is still in play, by the way. All the content of that is still relevant.
Everything he said in the memo is still actually very relevant. So they hated him from that moment. So they just started loving Soludo again 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when Ozigbo moved. Ozigbo will not make any cry, he will not do anything, because everything is part of the bigger plan for APC to be able to do what they need to do. Because of course we know they are not going to win Anambra State, and of course we know they are not going to win any state in the southeast during the presidential election. But they want a bigger number, should in case and they're not even should in case with the possibility of Northwest, right, going rogue against APC, particularly against Tinubu. So they will have very good numbers from the Southwest and from the Southeast. As against the 5% they had the last time, they could bargain a very good deal in the 2027. So everything is already going well, and obedience is part of the movement for APC, but they are not understanding it now. So they think it's Ozigbo's loss, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Ozigbo's gain, because Ozigbo is going to have a federal appointment. There will be cabinet reshuffle, and there will be some movement here and there at some agencies at the federal level. Ozigbo is going to be one of those, and Ukashuku will be one of those, because Ukashuku will lose the election eventually. That's what will play out in Anambra State. So,
all right. Take us to Fani Kayode and this ambassadorial list. Are you following it? And Adama take the private chat, but take us to Fani Kayode if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, not to disregard Adama's request on Natasha. I've tried not to even speak about her again, because obviously people who can reason, who are reasonable enough, who are guided by their thought processes and are less emotional about the game that the lady is playing. I said one thing ab initio. Natasha, she's a Ukrainian, and if you moved around Ukrainians or Russians or Eastern people before, Eastern European people, you will see how they move. She's basically doing exactly what a typical Eastern European people would do. And do not forget, she still has the blood of an Ibira in her. So the combination of those two genes and two DNAs is actually what is playing out. Now, she'll be making media rounds, right? She has not provided any scintilla of evidence so far. And when people are talking about clear room for investigation, what investigation do you want to clear room for? That the lady who actually, who the onus lies on her, she's not clearing the room for her own investigation. Have you guys forgotten that he who alleged must prove? What has she proven so far, apart or probably except from social media sensationalism and social media trial? Right? She's been shifting the goalposts all through the period, but people are not seeing what she's doing. And do they actually forget that she's an opposition? She's PDP. So whatever is doing now, forget the fact that she was her husband, because her husband is Akpabio's friend. They've been friends for years and they are family friends. She cared less a huge about that. And you could see the hand of those who are actually playing the game from, pushing the rope behind now. Atiku is one of those. Elisha Abu was in Arise TV the other time, less than 24 hours, when this lady had some conversation. And we say it again. Let's assume hypothetically that the case has been closed at the Senate level. You still have to go through the judiciary, which is an option for you, and you still have an option to go to the police to file a case against Akpabio. Have you done that? She hasn't done any of those. So she's clutching to the media and she's playing to the audience of the gullibility and the echo chamber of the obedient, because they love her so much. And they always love stuff like that, right? And people should not forget the fact that they are not actually asking the question. If you want me to talk about integrity and the probity of your action, then how do you want me to stand on that when we know for a fact on record, right, that on the same accusation of sexual harassment, you did the same thing to Reno Omokri, and it took prominent and eminent Niger Delta individuals, including your husband now, who was your fiancé or boyfriend then, to wade into the situation and settle the case out of the court financially, with a very heavy financial inducement to settle the case out of court. So if you want me to take Natasha seriously, when you come with that baggage, how do you want to talk about integrity and probity then? When people are losing their brain, they should understand the fact that everybody cannot lose. We are not born yesterday. Even if you were born yesterday, we were born different hours apart. So you could love Natasha because of her light skin. If Natasha's name is one Ebube or one Abeke somewhere, or one somebody who is not relevant, or one Abike Dabiri, they wouldn't be talking like this. Can't you guys see that this girl is taking you guys for a ride? What does she want? Go to court. She doesn't want to go to court. Go to the police. She doesn't want to go to the police. Where is the evidence? I will release the evidence at the appropriate time. She needs to be arrested at this point because she's playing and she's damaging people's name, and she's trying to damage Nigeria's reputation. She's a Ukrainian. She's a dual citizen. She doesn't care about putting Nigeria throwing Nigeria under the bus because she has another she has another passport. You guys are not seeing that. And I've said it, the sine qua non of a sexual harassment is for you to have an ironclad, right, irrefutable evidence to back you up. You cannot even throw any affidavit out of nowhere with no evidence attached to it, with no exhibit attached to it.
Don't forget, she has added assassination.
And now she's adding assassination to that. She's taking it to the level of defamatory situation now. You said Yaya Bello trying to assassinate you, a sitting governor Ododo trying to assassinate you, a sitting Senate president trying to assassinate you, right? And you are playing on the intelligence of some gullible, dogmatic buffoons of few Nigerians that we have.
Enigmatic, sorry. She was talking narratively that they had a discussion. This person drove to this point, went to this hotel. This is what they said in the hotel, all without one shred of evidence.
If this woman goes to the court with all this, because these are considered hearsays. hearsays until you can prove. Even people, I'm very shocked that people who claim to live in the Western world, would you walk into a court and you are telling the judge all this thing? That, hey, it's because at the end of the day, it will be, first of all, it will be considered hearsays. It will be considered your word against my word without actually tangibly providing any evidence. Where is the evidence, Natasha? You've been running all over the place for 3 months. Nothing. You say at the appropriate time. When is the appropriate time? When is the appropriate time? So is this how we want our girls or our women to behave? They want power, but when you have the power, is this how we? Dr. Adama is here. She's a woman, and you cannot tell me that even without seeing Dr. Adama face to face, or Shioma face to face, or any woman, or Madame Dupe face to face, or any woman who comes to this platform face to face, within even the corporate world, there's no way you just walk up to a woman and be trying to grab her. Are you coming from a mental asylum? Are you stupid to be doing that? I mean, there are some stories that you have to evaluate yourself, regardless of what hatred you have for some individual. It's just like you as a professional, as a man, and you just tell me, Joel did this to me, and I will just take it like that and say, because maybe Joel is an obedient, I will believe that. I'm not stupid. I will tell you, provide the evidence for me. Because first of all, Joel is a man, and you are a woman, and you have the ability to actually play the emotion. But I'm not going to do that with anybody. And we've given the people have given this lady the ample opportunity to provide the evidence. Now you are going to New York Times. After New York Times for what? Is it the same New York Times that they do not bond them well? They dare not even report Donald Trump because Donald Trump has censored all of them. So they will cling up to or probably clutch to any news from outside of the US. If they had their tools, let them go to White House and use felon. Do you know one man in America now, within the premises of the White House, you cannot use anything felon. Man of prestige is here. He can bear me witness. You can't use felon. You can't speak. You can't say it out. You can't use it in any of the communication. You can't use it anywhere near the White House. You'll be arrested. That is how media has been censored in America under Donald Trump. A Donald Trump that we have that is a validated and adjudicated sexual predator by the word verbatim of the judge, a technical rapist who was adjudged to pay $85 million in charges for that, and $400 million in other several charges, 34 count charges, and convicted felon.
By a democratic judge. By a democratic judge.
Convicted felon. And it is in that country that somebody like that is presiding over, that has turned America's economy upside down. Go and look at people's 401k and people's retirement benefit now. Less than two days. And those are the people, hold on. Those are the people that the same New York Times, they cannot report eloquently about its administration, but they are crossing the Atlantic Ocean, coming to Nigeria, an African country. And some Nigerians are over here, right, with their two balls, grown men, dancing to the tunes of Natasha Akpoti, who is not providing any scintilla of evidence. The same woman that actually mischaracterized and misrepresented what Okwemi Bamidele said. The same thing he did to Fayemi when Fayemi was Minister of Mineral Resources. The same thing he did to Dino Melaye. The same thing he did to Yaya Bello. And now he's saying they want to kill her. The same thing he did to Reno Omokri. How do you want people who with their brains intact believe this nonsense? Show us the evidence and then let's put Akpabio and the entire Senate to shame. You are not doing that. So
let me interject a little bit, please.
Hold on, I want to write up so I can give you the rule. For whoever wants to quit believing this nonsense, Akpabio is an APC man, right? Natasha, she's from PDP. Now she's playing the political card of it. Let's see how it ends with the two of them. And I hope a lot of men will learn from Akpabio now. Choose your friend carefully, because you may choose a friend who you rely on so much. You've cut a lot of bread on so many occasions. All of a sudden, a mulatto will walk into the room and the mulatto will will mess everything up for you guys. It means your friend does not have a mind of his own. It is a mind that is relied on Opue, that he can make decisions on just Opue. Just 2 years of friendship, with a mulatto, you mess everything up of so many years. And I won't say more than that. If people want to keep believing in this nonsense without having a scintilla of evidence or providing any so far, maybe she did 2 minutes ago or an hour ago, I'm not aware. But so far, so good, she hasn't provided any. The last time she said at the appropriate time. When is that appropriate time? When? So on Femi Kayode, let me stop it at that. I know that Fani
Sorry,
Kayode.
I thought Joel wanted to interject you.
Okay, sorry, Joel. Go ahead, Joel. Sorry.
Yeah, enigmatic. You spoke well. But my problem with you is that you always contradict yourself.
Okay.
It is a well-known fact that patriarchy is under attack.
How for this guy?
And a lot of men have fallen in line. You're in the United States. You were here when they say believe all women. So if we are going to go by those supporting the Democratic Party, we ought to believe Natasha Holdway the stinker.
I wasn't a party to that. So I didn't know when you said
Anyway.
I don't know that to
because
believe
if you're
all women.
against Trump, that means you are for the Democratic Party. So I'm telling you that our choices sometimes have consequences, and we have seen this with the Natasha story. And
what did you see with Natasha's story?
I mean, it is big. Look, it wasn't managed on both sides properly. And I think that Natasha is. Hold on, let me just. You asked me a question. I think Natasha is just. What is the right word to use? She's just putting flame under this topic. Pushing it here, pushing it there. No concrete evidence. When Natasha came up with this story, because I heard you talk about obedience. I mean, I don't know why you even make that a blanket statement. I didn't support Natasha. What I said is that the right thing should be done.
She's going to be Obi's running mate, right?
I don't think so. But whatever it is, right? Whatever it is.
Sorry, did you see that poster as well? There's a poster circulating of her and Obi.
Obina. They say Obina 2020.
Look, people will always have their thing, But the thing there is that if you look at this Natasha case, it brings us closer to what is going on in the United States. As Nigerians, we love to copy, and we are seeing it where she is not providing any evidence.
I beg to differ. Joel, give me a second before you continue. Do not forget the lady. Is it Blasey Ford or whatever her name is? The lady that actually took Trump to court for the sexual and the rape issue, right? She did not appear one single time like this in any media show until the case was actually adjudicated. She quietly went to court. She stated what happened. She provided series, a lot of ironclad, irrefutable evidence against Trump, and she stated what she wanted, her damage. She said she wanted $150 million. Eventually, for her damages, right? Eventually, she was awarded 85. Nobody here paid until the case was done with, and they just gave her one interview after that to rehash her experience. Unlike Natasha, that is going everywhere. So Natasha has not provided anything. She's going everywhere. On the other hand, the lady who nailed Trump did not go anywhere. She just went straight to court. She laid low and she fought her case to the end. It was at the end of the case when the judgment had been when she had her judgment, when she had her ruling, and she had whatever she wanted, that she was interviewed by CNN and that those 60-minute people. That was the reason Donald Trump did not go for that 60-minute that thing during the election, because they interviewed that lady after the judgment. So this is the difference.
Go ahead. Are you done?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, but like I still maintain, what I'm not a fan of Ababio by any means. On his own side, I don't think they've managed it. Even with the recall issue, they've not managed it very, very well. We all saw where they were doing the printing, just like they were doing normal election. Boys, some guys in a room printing and all that.
How is that Akpabio's problem? Now Akpabio is not from Kogi State.
No.
That
But
Akpabio's problem?
we all know, we can all trace this thing to since the time Natasha had this accusation of.
No, don't be speculating. Do not forget. Dino Melaye to always.
You cannot detach.
I don't want to speculate. I'm speaking. And like Natasha is a lawyer, and I'm quite disappointed the way she's going. This is what you guys need to. Do not forget they are politicians. Natasha will play game as a politician. Akpabio will play game as a politician. But because Akpabio is a man who is playing politics, right? He's wrong. But Natasha, she's a woman. Look at what she said to Sheon Okinbalo. He said, "It's all politics. We are playing politics." Natasha is playing politics. You guys are not seeing it. But when the men are playing politics, men are doing the wrong thing.
Well, you're still bouncing down to the same thing I was talking about, that men are not believed, right? But when a woman says it, right, we ought to take what she said, who can sink her. We just have to just take it away. She said it, right?
I'm not going to take it.
No. But I'm telling you that is what is going on in the society today. If you want to know what I'm talking about, go on social media and see a woman post maybe a naked picture of herself. When you go there, you start saying, people will start telling you, body positivity. Like they try to normalize all these abnormalities. That is where we are headed. Now, Natasha ought to provide an evidence, at least one. Then if she provides one and say, okay, I'm going to keep the rest, we're going to say, okay, we have something to look up to. But she has not provided one. And this idea of always going to the Western media to table our issue. I don't know the last time someone from the West went to Nigerian media to table their problems. It still shows that mentality that we have, like as Black folks, that we are not independent. We think that someone else can come fix our problem. Natasha is not doing badly, but at least she can do better with providing those evidences that is needed. And we just cut it in short, embarrassing the country, embarrassing the Senate, embarrassing everyone. Because of hearsay. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's hearsay.
Joel, do you think she has any evidence? Because the sort of character that she presents us, if she has any evidence, she would have thrown it out by now. Because
she does not have any evidence.
She doesn't now. She doesn't.
She doesn't have any evidence.
And then she's just running around making up. It's just unbelievable.
She does not have any evidence.
And do you know in telling stories, she has committed herself. The one she said the day she missed wearing a wedding band, said in the presence of 5 senators. Akpabio said, is that an invitation to a treat? She has not mentioned those senators. She will be forced to do that when she comes into the law court. Mention those senators who said we are present. And I can't imagine.
One of them is the one that is against her now. That is the one about the Ebony senator now.
She has mentioned the names of those 5 senators.
No, I said he was one of them, because
don't forget, right? During when they were at Akpabio's house, right? Right? Listen to what they said, all of them. It's just like you are having your birthday party now, right? In your home. Like 32 of us came to your house. And then there's a lady amongst all those 32 of us with her husband, always together with her husband.
Exactly.
Are you going to be stupid? Even let's assume, hypothetically, that you have interest in that woman, are you going to be stupid enough in the midst of 32 men, 32
it's unbelievable.
All of us?
It's unbelievable.
Your wife is there, your children are there, your church members are there, and you'll be doing some silly stuff
in front of in
front of everybody.
When she said that story, when she told that story, right? I was like, your husband was like, say 5 feet, 3 feet behind you, and Ababe will make that kind of statement, or try to, do stuff like that.
Joel, do you know this
it
woman
did not
has
make no
traveled
sense.
twice overseas with Akpabio? Twice overseas. And they took selfies together.
But the fact that you travel.
It doesn't make that. It doesn't.
No, there are things we cannot say on open air like this.
Baba, I've said it before, Joel. I said, I say the two of them they don't
chop. Are we not men?
They don't chop before, so things come sour between them. She can't exist. It be like say they don't chop because under Akpabio too, when Akpabio was minister, under the ministry, Akpabio was a minister of NDDC. This lady had a contract of 17 billion under NDDC. Before Akpabio came back to the Senate, before she even came to the Senate at all, before she married her husband. So
but
this girl now, she
anything now enigmatic.
No, are you not a man, Patuski?
No,
what are you talking about?
You are a
it's
pastor,
like I visit you now. Wait. I visit your house now, and I observe the way your house help, a female house help, talking to you. I don't need any arithmetic to say something is happening.
Do not forget, Pato.
Sorry, anybody. Another thing you have to remember, Pato, is that the travels abroad, it was after the dates that this incident was meant to have happened.
Exactly.
So after you said it was inappropriate towards you, you are traveling all over the world with him, taking selfies and posting it all over the media space.
And 24 hours, 24 hours after the Akwa Ibom birthday, whatever. I think she deleted that.
She posted something to congratulate the president.
If you see what she wrote about Akpabio, about the whole thing, I'm like, look, all of us will be men. She'll get.
I wonder.
What I see that has gone wrong between them is two friends that had issues, and she doesn't know. She wanted to use. Look. And I think there's one other thing that I see is Natasha. Sorry for any woman here. I'm not trying to be condescending. Natasha, a high level runs girl for ABJ. She has access to Buhari, as tough as Buhari's Aso Rock was. She had access to that Aso Rock. She had access to Jonathan's Aso Rock. She had access to a lot of big men in the political powers, in the political corridor. Now only her. How she get access to all those people? She be big class girl for ABJ. They know her very well. That's why they are not taking her seriously. And now she thinks she can do the Russian roulette in Abuja to they do. Give us the evidence and we go nail Akpabio.
Give us. Enigmatic. This is where I had issues, right? I had issues because you see when the Me Too thing came out in America. That was when we started seeing cases of maybe a lady will come and say, "Oh, you did something to me 20 years ago," like as the case of Bill Cosby and all that, right? And I think that is movement, yeah. So this is the same thing that is
they don't burn anybody where make you do Me Too movement under Trump or then go.
No. But this is the issue. The issue is this is the thing, right? The issue is this, right? When you look at how it all started, my thing is this: if you have an issue of rape, right, or you have somebody that raped you, the longer you try to keep that person away from the law, the more time you give to that predator to predate on other people. So if there was no issue of seat issues in the Senate, we wouldn't have heard about any sexual harassment. So was the seat more important than the sexual harassment?
The seat was the seat was a small screen for her.
The seat can bring up anything.
The seat was a decoy for her.
Can I come in?
Hold on, pardon, before you come in. The seat was a decoy for her to lash out. Do not forget 3 weeks before that seat incident, right? She has been stripped of that committee, that local content committee, local content committee chairmanship, right? Do you know the people? Do you know what that chairmanship position is? 0.1%, 0.1 percentile of the most juicy. I think there are like four or five of them. Appropriations chairmanship, appropriations, this one that they took away from her. I think two or three other. So those ones they give them to high profile individuals in the house, and that have been taken away from her 3 weeks ago, before the seat incident happened. And during the day of the seat incident, this is the way it was reported. This is the way they do it. If you are very close to National Assembly, right? When they switch your seat, there are two procedures of communication. Before you come to let's say they switch your seat maybe on Friday. Before Monday that you come to the office, you would have received an official communication through your official email. One, the sergeant at arm, right? The moment you are signing into your name in the register, you'll be notified. That two-factor authentication of getting you on this aware that your seat has been moved. And there were 7 of them. Out of those 7 of them, 4 ex-governors. And out of those 7 of them, they've moved out 5 of them, they've moved them 4 different times. And none of them even made a fuss. They just quietly moved. Why was she different? Why must she be different? Why?
Okay, can I speak now?
Go ahead, Patoski. Patoski, go ahead now.
Patoski, go ahead. If you want to speak, you can speak, sir. Go ahead, I'm here.
I think Patoski is calibrating himself. Oh, it's dropped. His system keeps dropping in and out. I think it's emotion. As we are with
let me go now.
Patoski,
Let me go.
Yes, I was going to say you take the floor.
So go ahead, take the floor. Madam, I think I answered your question anyways.
Yes, thank you, sir. You did.
Okay, thanks.
So good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joanne of Nashville on the One Man Show. One Man. Let me start with the issue of Natasha. And I will be very brief. I think patriarchy is under attack. We cannot apologize for being a patriarch. We cannot. All this issue of toxic masculinity, all this stuff. Look, these are the issues, these are the things that they use to whittle us down. There's nothing a man does do that is right. And we keep giving up passes upon passes upon passes upon passes to these ladies. We cannot continue like this. The way this issue is being presented.
Hold on, Joe. I just don't understand the part we said. What do you mean by we keep giving access upon access to these ladies? Could you please explain
it's not been
that?
appreciated. Yeah, because the world was built on patriarchy. You can this idea of council culture, bring it down when you've not built nothing. The people telling you to bring it down have built nothing. Oh, right? It's the same thing we see at work. People that you have, these alphabet people, are the ones fired with no jobs, are the ones firing people with jobs. So we cannot continue like that. If there are ways that things are not done right, you can tweak it, make it better. There was a time we used to kill twins. We don't kill twins no more. There was a time it was albinos. We don't do that anymore. So what I'm saying is this: as time goes on, we have to start, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. If I know that I will not get any consequences for my actions, I will keep doing that. And that is what I see in this issue of Natasha. If she had not presented any evidence over 2 months since she made that allegation, I do not think that she is believable. Now, going to the media, going to foreign media, I mean, that is condescending. That is condescending. I was on her side, but the evidence ought to be provided. Provide the evidence, at least one. You know, so that's it for Natasha. Then let me come to the ministerial positions, or I say ambassadorial positions. I have a problem with that of Fani Kayode, and I'll tell you why. We are building a society without consequences. We are telling the average Nigerian, do whatever you can do, whether you want to steal when you're in government, steal whatever you want to do.
Sorry, just to interject you and remind you, I don't want you to commit yourself. That case you want to refer to of FFK, Nena D, your LP woman, is part of that case. So be careful.
See, Nena D is not on the spot. FFK is on the spot, and that's who I'm discussing today. I'm not talking about Nena D. So I'm not going to go on grabbing straws. No, let us focus on FFK. You have a corruption case with the EFCC. How? How is it that? I mean, does it mean that Tinubu did not see any person, any other good person in Yoruba land, if he must make it a Yoruba person, to give that position, to give that slot, than giving it to FFK? We are not building a society. You see, one man. That's why when I keep talking about Nigeria, we are not moving forward. We are not moving forward as Nigerians. We're not building a nation.
Sorry again, I think Oga in the commentariat said that case he has been discharged. All of them, including Nenadi. I don't know that for a fact, but that's
well. I don't know about that. But the thing there is that
even the former Michael is saying the same thing.
FFK has no honor, and I believe that he ought not to be recommended for ambassadorial post. I believe that there are many people out there, I mean, from the southwestern stock, that can do better job and have better records, than that of FFK. But it is what it is. We are in Tinubu's government, where nepotism has been the order of the day. One man, you see what your man is doing with the NNPC now, Yoruba, immigration, security, everywhere. Your guys are everywhere. You guys are enjoying.
But I want to tell you, it's a northerner. It's not central.
Well, we're going to call the Yorubas, right? But for me, I know it's the Yoruba. And I wouldn't say that all of them are Yoruba run. All the appointments are Yoruba runners, right? But the intent is very crude. It's a crude way to lead a nation like Nigeria, and you keep doing this thing like no man's business. Like,
but the thing is, are you looking at the ethnicity or the competence?
Hey, one man, I don't care what you mean, what the competence is. I believe that we have competence in every cranny. Every cranny.
To the level of the people being appointed.
Yes, one man, I believe we do. I mean, even if you want to go to the ministers, apart from a few of them, what are others doing?
You know that the Southwest are notorious for being educated and experienced.
No, but one man, please.
Struggle to find somebody better.
One man. That's a very rubbish talk. Southwest is not for what? No, for what?
Is that not the reputation?
Which reputation? Which reputation? Which faith is not everywhere? It's not you here that's reading a result board from Benin Republic. That makes them notorious for. No, stop this now. You'll be doing all this sometimes. The people just keep quiet. Well, you poking people or what?
Hold on. Who are the educated people in Nigeria?
Everybody's educated in Nigeria.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay.
Not about go to what? Not about go to what?
You don't want evidence, Abi?
No evidence. Stop all this. What about is it? What makes people educated? Do you think?
I was going to tell you, but you won't let me.
No. You don't have to tell me, one man. You went to school. I went to school. So So what are you talking about? You have lawyers in every angle of every ethnicity in Nigeria. You have doctors in every ethnicity in Nigeria. But the fact you have opportunity or privilege to be in some place doesn't mean you are the most qualified. Stop all these things now. And FFK being a ambassador is a slap in our face. What is that? Everybody Tinubu have to put in position that you want to have corruption case.
Oxford graduate.
What's about Oxford graduate? Ojukwu wasn't your Oxford graduate. You didn't go to war. So what are you talking about? I be those that be catching stealing in America. They're not Harvard graduates or Mr. College their names. So what's that about? He stole. He had indictment. At least in any safe country, I don't know. Way back before, if you are bringing the ambassador, the other country have to vet it if they will allow you or not. You don't have to start bringing people that have baggages now, even though it's clarified, not clarified. I see Baba always try to defend him. Oh, his case was dropped. What does that mean? Ojikalu case was dropped. Does that mean it doesn't have case? Does Nigeria have judiciary?
What piece? Can I ask you a question so that I can understand what you're saying? Are you saying, based on what one man just said, are you saying everybody, or what are the people you're saying are all educated? I want to
Everybody in Nigeria have every city in Nigeria have educated people in their clan. No one person is more educated than any other person.
We can use evidence to prove.
Don't use any evidence. Oh, that's all politics.
No. But one man, hold on. Okay, when you say everybody in Nigeria, do you say Nigeria?
Yes. Every ethnicity, look at my language very well. Don't run too fast. Every ethnicity have educated people in their clan. Does not make anybody less educated. But if you have privilege to put your people in position, doesn't mean you are more educated than other persons. What kind of nonsense is that?
What's the bone of contention? What's the problem?
But Edmatic, hold on. Let me finish my point.
No, I'm just asking. What's the?
No, one man is talking sarcastically. One man is talking sarcastically.
About what?
No, don't worry. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to one man. I'm dealing with one man. Now, begging Femi or ambassador is not that good for Nigeria for the optics. Why is that everybody will have to put in a international position? Those that have baggages, I can to put somebody that has a clean name. It's an international position now. Even though you find me not guilty or guilty, for the optics, geopolitics, you don't need such person. You cool him down. Like I said before, other countries used to vet the ambassador. That the ambassador is coming. I don't know if they do it now, but if it's the same country like send that kind of person to America, they would decline. Just packing baggages.
They won't. Do you know?
Hold on.
One piece now. If you don't want an Oxford graduate as
one man, stop this. One man, stop this nonsense. Oxford graduate, stop the nonsense. It's not a threshold for development.
It's not nonsense. It's
hold on.
You didn't put
I'm not talking to two people at the same time.
Let's have the conversation. Do you know?
I'm not having charismatic. Hold on.
Do you know America's ambassador to France? Do you know America's ambassador to France?
Hold on, Dematic. I have what I'm building. Don't just jump in and start stepping on my tongue. Please hold on.
No, we are trying to have this conversation.
One man, Dematic.
Who you want to talk to? Please, everybody, hold on. Including who is speaking. Hold on. Everybody needs to be muted right now. Please mute you or mute yourself.
If he's ready to take my question, I would like to ask him a question.
Yes, hold on. That's what I want to say.
World Peace.
Hold on. Everybody needs to mute. I want all the panelists to understand this. If a panelist is speaking and you want to push him back or counter what he's saying, you have to ask for his permission. If he says no, you cannot say anything. So, World Peace, I'm going to leave it open to you. Baba, what is your question to World Peace?
Okay, World Peace. What is the charge he had in this case? The genesis of his problem. Do you know?
Baba, this is one thing I don't like. When people always think to make other people look stupid, I don't like it.
No.
Baba, with all due respect. No, Baba, with all due respect. Baba, I want to ask you one question.
Sorry. I will know.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know what
Sorry. I don't want to sound rude.
It's on eventual
No. So sorry, what is? Bring it down a bit. You are saying Fani Kayode is not fit for purpose, and Baba is inviting you to tell him.
And I want to respond. and you didn't let me land before I respond. Baba, sorry, I don't want to sound rude to answer your question with the question. Baba, do you have any indictment in the aviation section?
What?
Do you, Baba, do you have an indictment on the aviation section in Nigeria? Do you have?
No.
Okay, that answered the question. I think more than man has an induction. Win or lose does not matter. He has an induction.
No, that's where I want to.
Hold on. I don't like this. I don't like this. Please.
I want to give you an insight into what they were charged
Baba,
for.
what you know, I know. So what are you going to tell me?
No, you are talking of aviation. He was not charged with anything aviation. It was campaign funds during Jonathan's campaign time.
Hold on, Baba.
Campaign funds.
Can we do this, Baba, sir? Can we allow him to land? Finish
I don't know. When it comes to...
No, he has answered the question, so I'm just trying to enlighten him. He said it's aviation, and I tried to tell him that it's not aviation. It's about educating one another here.
Sir, please.
Baba, why do that when it comes to who you have interest in?
If you're talking about me, you can't do that.
Sorry.
Listen.
Sorry.
Please. Baba, he said he doesn't want you to enlighten him. He
Okay,
wants to
I
use
give
up
up
all
then.
his time.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, say everything that is in your mind.
I don't like when people have interest in people. I understand there's bias, everybody have been biased. But you have interest in people, suddenly you want to cut corners for anything the person has done, that you don't say any wrong. That's why Nigeria's not moving forward. If so, then nobody's wrong then. But if you want to go up at your position, you start bringing all the debt, you start bringing all the debt out. Has Peter Obi ever been convicted as a criminal? If you are going by this notion. Any Nigerian politician has they been convicted of any crime if you want to go by this notion? But yet billions are missing. Yet they are named on the newspaper. Akumi, his aid is being charged for 10 billion naira fraud. But he's in the office because he's working for Tinubu. So he cannot. If his aid is being charged for $10 billion in any state country, he would have stepped down. Can Adam answer me that question? Is it right for somebody that is in the office, the secretary of the federal government, his aid is being charged, yes, you see, for 10 billion naira fraud, and he's still in the office in any state country?
Okay.
Does it happen?
Okay, so what piece? This is what I want to say, and to our viewers who are in the comment section. My job is to moderate and not interject or answer any of your questions. Listen, let me finish. All I'm saying to you, any of the panelists, when you're speaking and someone wants to push back and push in regards to what you said, you have a room to say, yes, I want you to push back. What is the pushback? But if you say no, that is it. They will have to allow you to speak. I cannot answer that question because my job is to make sure we have decorum on this platform. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Now, not like I would not like them to push back.
Sorry, Adama. Remind him that Fani Kayode went to Oxford.
Woman, what's so special about Oxford?
It's very special. I'm waiting you to talk now.
Okay, hold on. It's very special. Let me ask one question. Was he only the black person in that class? Was it only Nigeria that been to Oxford?
Why did you not go to Oxford? How many people go Oxford for this platform?
Hold on.
How many people go Oxford for this platform?
Hold on. These are nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
Hold on. Evidence speaks for himself.
Hold on, One Piece. I want to say something. It's One Piece time to talk. The more you keep interjecting One Piece, One Piece will talk longer.
Joel actually has the floor. It's actually One Piece that is interjecting. Joel has
and he gave me his time, and it's not
actually the US platform now.
Hold on, I'll ask. Joel, did you give your time to One Piece, yes or no?
No, he's interjecting now. It's the culture to interject. So that's
it's not allowed people to
for you to finish
with
interjections. So
I
want to ask everybody a very simple question.
The interjection has been longer than used.
Yes. I want to ask everybody a simple question. How many people in Tinubu government went to Oxford?
A lot of them.
First of all, let me just say this.
No. It's a little question now. You say a lot. Let me go to the next question. Can you name them for me?
It's not.
Name them now. You said a lot of them without not thinking. Name them for
It's
me.
not based. Even if it's not based. One man,
I
it's not
said
based.
name
It's
them
not
for
based
me
to be
now.
educated at
You are
Oxford.
talking too much.
Look, the guy, it's not about shouting. You don't get to be right.
Okay, Mama, I'm not shouting. It's not
It's
about
not
trying to
based.
muffle
It's
by
not
what I'm
based to be
saying.
educated at Oxford. People should
Okay, now
understand that
name
they
the
should give
names.
credit to people for their
Okay,
education.
Egmatic, name me the names of the people in cabinet, the minister
I don't
that
need
went
to
to
do
Oxford.
that, but I'm telling you.
Okay, then if you don't, hold on now. If you don't, hold on, Adama, hold on. Please let me say something.
No, hold on.
Uh-uh.
No, hold on. Listen to what I'm trying to say. Joe of Nashville was talking, and you came in and said you had a question. He allowed it to happen. But your question, you've taken it over as you're the one speaking. As a panelist, we have other panelists that need to speak before you do. That's all I'm saying.
All right, thank you. It doesn't happen all the time. This is just the one time happening. But let me enjoy it before I leave because I'll be leaving soon. Now, this is a simple thing. I like when people being smart and don't be clever by half. When you came in to tell me there's a lot without not thinking, you have to tell me a case of certain names without not missing words. Now I've asked you, give me names. You're telling me you don't have to tell me. Come on now, are we playing here? You have given me names that went to Oxford, and let's check their department, what they are doing with that education they have. That is so golden that we must put them there. We must let them be there. They say, oh, is that the head that wear the crown? To whom much is given, much expected?
You are not getting the point.
No. Now it's you are not getting the point, enigmatic.
Can you pause for a moment so that we can have a conversation more peace? When I said a lot of them went to Oxford, Oxford is a generic term. So for Oxford, that includes Yale, Harvard, Cambridge. So Ivy League education, a lot of them went there. If you want me to rattle their names off, I cannot do it off the bat, but I read about these people on a daily basis, and I know the quality of education that is in the Aso Rock space. So,
okay.
Yeah,
one man, we are in Nigeria. Let me say this, we are in Nigeria. Nothing Oxford and Yale has done to remove us from this problem we are. Oxford is a treasure to get Nigeria out of the bad economy. By today, we are supposed to be out. All we need to do is to import all the Oxford, Yale, University graduates we have to come and be in power so that they can change and do miracle for us. I don't know if Cardoso went to Oxford, he's still there. I don't know if Yemi Edu went to Oxford, he's there. We can go on and go on. We know the department that is not functioning. Out of the 46 ministers, about 42 is docile. I believe they went to Oxford too. So what are we going to say about that? By the time we start to try to start taking linguistic over competency, this is what we have. What Afghani can they give? Is this years on this platform last year? You were the person passion came in for Farana. That you call all sorts of names. Now they want to give him a position. Automatically, you cannot see any problem with it. This is the problem of Nigeria. Like I said, I'm not blaming.
Let me just say this. Fani Kayode is one out of like 35 ambassadorial nominees. What is the issue there? What is the baggage you are talking about? What is that issue out of 1 out of 35?
When you're doing whataboutism, this is the problem.
No, I'm saying
nobody
1 out of 35.
Nobody cares. Yeah,
hold on. 1 out of 35.
Yes,
1 out of 35. What is the issue with him?
Listen, nobody cares about the remaining 34. What people care about is that one. Say one all you touch is one finger is probably
I'm asking what is the baggage? Tell me the baggage.
The problem they have too much baggage to put that kind of certain
tell me one of the baggages now. Tell me one.
He has a corrupt personality, even though that or not child. You don't put such person in such position. You can put the kitchen cabinet inside your apple.
Can you tell me 3 people in Donald Trump's cabinet?
What you'll be using America? You'll be using America Donald Trump to make an excuse. Hold on.
What are you talking about?
No.
You need to stop. Please stop. You're talking over each other. The viewers that are watching cannot understand what both of you are speaking.
Because they don't want to have a simple conversation. They want to have to cut corners.
War Peace, this is what I'm saying to you. War, please listen to me.
You will collect your time. Make we move on, beg.
Let's get back to Joel.
War Peace, land your points. If you don't want interjecting, you say it and round up and let's move on. Do you want to finish your points?
Yeah, let me finish my point. This is it.
Thank
This is the
you.
problem. This is the problem of Nigeria. We always want to cut corner for those we have interest on, and but to bash others. Now, Fani Kayode, what's his name? It's not as different from the other people we are bashing. So if it's good for the if what's good for the Genja is good for the how they say it. If Fani Kayode becomes good today, then Peter Obi and the rest people we are bashing, they are good too. We shall not start using elsewhere as a threshold as intelligent. All I know, Nigerian politicians and educators are all linguistics. These are much they have not replicated what they have studied in school. They have not even they're not able to even invent a pencil. But we are here praising, singing praises for those that has contributed nothing. Than all we see is bag of corruption. But the both sides, from the northern, south, east, west, all of them have baggages. But they are the one out there. Akpoti today, automatically is a good person, but he has corruption of billions on his neck. Tell me any of them in that House of Assembly or Senate or President that don't have corruption case, even to the Tinubu. But today we'll just start singing praises and bash all that like others are. This one is a strength. What I said, for the optics is bad for us. At least. Everything is just from Bajamia. It has a case in America. Senator Nebia, it has a case.
No.
Can I have a minute or just 1 minute? Sorry.
I think you've made it.
Okay. I'm landing now. And Nadia.
I think you've landed. Now you've been going
Can I have
a
minute or a second, please?
Yeah, have a second,
go ahead.
and then we go back to.
Okay, yeah, you see, Tinubu's appointment in recent times, some of them have been highly based on technical competence, like what he had with NNPC, and I think with the central bank and the finance. But this ambassadorial thing, I think it's just like job for the boys. I mean, I don't know, because they say, okay, he has done well, he did well, let's give him one. I was listening when Baba was analyzing Femi Pedro, okay, Reno Mokri, he has contributed so much in recent time. What did he contribute? Encouraging people to support Tinubu's government and then speaking on social media for Tinubu. That's the contribution.
No, highlighting and reflecting statistically, factually, the achievements of the government.
So it's just said. So to me, it's just a settlement. This I'm not talking of other appointments. I'm talking of this ambassadorial one. It's just like a settlement for the boys. I've been looking at when are they going to settle this Fani Kayode too, because during the election too, he did a lot of work and they didn't give him ministerial. They've just left him, but now they give him ambassadorial, so let him enjoy. After all, no ambassador since beginning of time has contributed anything to the progress of Nigeria. Nothing. There's no ambassador say this thing happened because we had an ambassador in so and so, or this trade happened because this ambassador facilitated it. So let them just be going there and be representing us. As long as they don't represent us badly, it is what it is. Thank you, Woma.
All right, Padoski, I tend to agree with you. It's a job for the boys.
Joel,
they don't have.
Joel, please pardon me. Just give me 5 seconds of your time, please. I beg you. I will appreciate it. Yeah. In the case of Fani Kayode's issue, the case he had with Nenadi and others was about campaign funds Jonathan handed to them during the 2015 elections. The case has been discharged. The norm in Nigerian political sphere is that if your case has been discharged, you are not convicted, you are good to go. And over 3/4 numbers of the people in the National Assembly have that baggage with them. It did not disturb them from staying in the National Assembly or those getting this thing. For Bajabia Miller, he has paid the money back and he is free. Thank you, Joel.
Joel, you are the star boy. Before you go on, let me just a second to, if you don't mind. Let me just say this. And I said it in my comment earlier. Femi Fani Kayode is very vast. I think he is very vast and he has vast knowledge of that. Turkey, Israeli, and all those Palestine, historical, whatever. He knows much about that. And I won't be surprised if he makes a portfolio around that, axis of maybe Israel, Turkey, or all those neighborhood. Number one. And you go and look at history, right, Joel, and you live in the US now. Go and look at history and go to, as I'm talking to you now, when you are done, Go and Google the US ambassadors. It is mixed with technocrats and politicians. There are areas that you go, you post politicians to, and there are areas that you post technocrats to. That's how they do it.
So
I will not
campaign
be
contributors, heavy campaign contributors.
Yes, I will not be seeing Fani Kayode in US. If there's somebody that I'll be seeing maybe close to US and UK, it may be Femi Pedro, not Fani Kayode. I'll be seeing Fani Kayode maybe in Palestine or Turkey or Israel, that neighborhood. So go and look at it critically well. When you are appointing ambassadors, it is politicians and technocrats. Thank you.
Yeah, so
One man, give Joel more time, or give Joel more time, please.
Like I said, yeah, thank you. So, like I said, right, it's a job. I really support what you guys are saying. I agree in totality. It's the job for the boys. They don't really have any more significance. As I mean, just laundering your image, and with our embassies, we have seen how they operate, and I mean now they are getting better, but it's not something that we really look up to. It's not something that would really shake up the economic affairs of Nigeria, as it were. So I think he's going to make it through. The Senate is a rubber stamp Senate. My thing is just that I believe that he has too much baggage. I have taken my time while you guys were talking about Fani Kayode to read on him, and it's true. The case has been discharged, and if the case is discharged, I am not in any way trying to disregard the court judgment. So I'll leave it at that. One man. Which other topic do we have?
We had the Aboki as well that was relieving himself on the bridge. Did you?
Who?
The Malam that
The
was
guy
caught
pulling on this roadside, and of course the Amoteco issue raised by the Afeni ferryman.
Yes. So one man, as regards to that, the guy pooping on the road, it is a culture of let me say Lagosians. I have seen it happen. Like I remember those days when I used to go for lessons in Yaba, and I would want to maybe save my transport money. Then I would like to trek through the rail line.
Through local.
Through local. So I would just save the money. I would save the money, so I would just trek through the rail line back to where I stay. So those days, if you're coming back in the evening, say around maybe like 5:36, you see people pooping on the rail line, especially the abandoned ones. Now, if you come at like early in the morning, maybe around 7, 8 in the morning, you're going to see on the main rail lines, not the abandoned rail lines now, on the main rail lines. So those ones were the one done at night, right? So I think then too, I don't know, Baba, I don't know if you know that Ebonyi, that Costain area, there used to be like this slum.
Yeah,
right there. For that Igamu, exactly. So those places have been demolished. So I don't think you may see most of those pooping on the rail line. But I think if you go to where people live, especially where people live around the rail line, you're going to see most of those things. It's a culture that should be abhorred, and if the police can get them arrested, it's going to be a Herculean task. Especially when you live, when you go to those dense population dense areas, it's always dirty, always dirty. So I mean, the government can do something about it, including redesigning those places, because one man, most of those houses you see, most of those shanties you see, don't have any toilet system. It will be surprising to you, they don't have it. So if they don't have a place to go, ease themselves, then the environment falls victim. So that is what we are seeing. If The
You
government
know,
can,
I was thinking about what you just said, and we don't have public toilets in the UK as well. Not that I'm aware, I've never seen one really. I can't recall ever seeing one. If you needed to go, you probably go into like some shopping mall like McDonald's or something like
exactly.
that. Yeah, but we don't have that facilitation in Nigeria. So where do people go? Where do they go if they?
No, and one man, those days in Nigeria, I used to call it big man shit, right? So I can go into what they call it, Mr. Biggs, right? So you say it's big man shit. So you know, we used to do it those days, but we don't have. My thing is this, one man. It is not for people that live in the cities, right? If you go into those shanty areas, right, they don't really have like even a proper toilet system for the residents, you know, and you know they're overpopulated too. So if the government can come in and have a proper design, I think with all this gentrification going on in Lagos State, I think that's part of it. But the thing there is that those guys cannot come back there after the gentrification. But if we're going to do like a public housing system, exactly, then you cannot have people have their toilets and all that, you know. But as it is right now, one man, they have it so bad. So we're going to see defecation in public places. That guy that came to poop.
Do you think the cultural mix in Lagos is too wide?
One man, look, you see, it has its advantage and its own disadvantage, right? It's like when you're in New York, right? Some of the things you're seeing in Lagos, you see it in New York, including public defecation. So it is I would say it's a big society disease, a big city disease. Yeah, there are certain things you cannot really control, especially when it comes to human beings in populated dense areas.
Because sometimes I wonder if the mix in Lagos is too wide. And I'm talking numerically as well as in terms of diversity. If you look at the Lagos is a bit like London actually, probably like New York as well. Everybody is in, and London has its own identity still, which it formulates, and then everybody. But I wonder sometimes if Lagos is losing its identity because the cultural mix is too wide one in terms of the ethnic diversity, and then in terms of the numbers of that diversity. So if you go to Lagos now, there's just an abundance of northerners everywhere. And there are new northerners that are not, you know, they didn't even go through phases. They didn't even stop over at Ibadan to get a little bit of culture. They just rushed to Lagos, and then you see behaviors that is at odds. It is at odds with what you consider normalcy to be, or what you consider Lagos to be, and you wonder sometimes if the city is even losing its identity just because of both the numbers and the diversity of the mix.
Yes, one man, it is expected. It is one of the disadvantages of centralization. In Lagos has almost everything, including your international airport, including your port, right? For the whole country of over 200 million people. So you will have a lot of people move to Lagos, even if it's on a transit level. You will see people move to Lagos. There's always something that will bring you to Lagos. So that is the disadvantage of centralization. I believe that if you want to solve the problem of Lagos, then you start looking into the issue of decentralization. When we start decentralizing Nigeria in such a way that that would encourage growth in different parts of the country, then people can now have choice, can say, you know what, instead of going to Lagos, let me go to Port Harcourt, or instead of going to Port Harcourt, let me go to Anambra or Akwa Ibom. But right now, we don't really have those choices in these other states, especially for some. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Woman, you see, it's not just Lagos, just like Joel was trying to say. That's the problem with major cities. And with time, major cities lose their identity. Look at what's happening in London there now. Look at what's happening in Paris. Go to some places in Paris, you think you're in the Middle East. And that's just what it is. There's nothing anybody can do about that. It's a global village. Northerners will come to Lagos. The Mali Fulani guys will come to Lagos. Some of those Fulani you see in Lagos, some of them are from Mali, some of them are from Burkina. They are just from all over West Africa. From where's this dirty original state?
Mauritania.
Mauritania and stuff like that. So there's really nothing we can do about it because it's a big city and people want to find opportunities to be able to at least to leverage in life. So that's the point. And that's what is happening in London now. And I'm sure your guys are complaining. And that's why your girl wants to become prime minister. Why is she not prime minister yet?
She's on her way out, but she's not even going to get
that by
an
now
election.
she would have been a prime minister.
Yes.
So that's every city. The only way that can make that possible is for the economy of Lagos to just nosedive. And the moment the economy of Lagos nosedive and people don't find the opportunities there anymore, everybody will go to other places. Ibadan is almost like that too, but it's just like it's not as concentrated because Ibadan is a very big place. You have major Hausa communities in Ibadan. You have communities where you have Edo people. You have community and places where you have my Igbo brother, like Nadama Singba in Ekotedo. Like that. Ibadan is another big city like that. So there's nothing they can do about it.
Maybe we should have the system like they have in the north. When you quarantine people into Sabo, Sabo, in the north, they have, they put you in a Sabo that this is Sabo Yoruba, Sabo Igbo, Sabo Edo. Yeah, and then they quarantine you in
Lagos.
There
is
Sabo in Yoruba land now.
There's Sabo in Yaba now. There's Sabo in
There's Sabo in
Lagos.
Oyo State as well.
There are two Sabos in Ibadan self. There's one Sabo in Mokola, then there's that Shasha is another Sabo in a way.
Yeah, but they don't call it Sabo.
By the time there are many and they continue to expand and expand, it will overgrow. I'm sure there's Sabo in Lagos
but
now.
Pato, that Sabo thing does it really work again? I think it's just an excuse for expansion. Because
there's Sabo in Abeokuta, but if you enter Sabo in Abeokuta now, everywhere is Yoruba. Abiola's house is in Sabo. You understand? So Yorubas are built there, everything is mixed together. That's just what it is.
And Padoski, the Sabo is actually where things actually happens, though. If you look at it, the Sabo, because that's where the foreigners come to, so they feel free. That's where they feel free. They have their investments, So if you go to like Sabo in Kano. Yeah, you're going to see all those clubs. That's where you see the clubs.
And that's where I go to visit some of my Igbo guys in Sabo. That's where they have their shop, like almost like Alaba and all those stuff.
So even you as a Yoruba man, if you come to Kano, you will be comfortable going to Sabo, where the Igbos are actually going to where the Northerners, like the colors are staying.
Joel, in the north, the Sabo is for us, whereas in the south, the Sabo is for them.
Yes.
You understand? The Sabo in Kano is for us, the Igbos, the Yorubas, the foreigners. Whereas in the south, the Sabo is for the Hausas. We have Sabo in Abeokuta, we have Sabo in Shagamu, we have Sabo in, like that, in major cities. But there's Sabo in Lagos, but there are just too many. Everybody is mixed together. And we are all Nigerians, so I don't even see them as Northerners. That's just the truth. That's my own perception. I don't see anybody as Southerners.
Until they start to defecate in the public, then you start to see them as
it's not only Northerners that do that thing.
It's not only Northerners.
The Southwesterners they do it a lot.
A lot.
If you in Ibadan those days, go to Omito, you go to that interior Ibadan, you will see it. If you are not careful, going to people's houses, just be stepping on it. in Ibadan, in Iko Ibadan, Agbeni, Ayeye, okay, Sati, all those Akpati, all those
slums.
interior. You will be stepping on Omitoju. Omitoju is even more civilized there, but you'll be stepping in Ibadan where you will not even see any other. You will see Ibadan people. You'll be stepping on those things if you are not careful. Everywhere will be smelling. So it's not in fact the only community that I know that if you go to their call center that you don't have that kind of challenge is the Igbo community. That's very objective. It's the Igbo community in Ibadan. If you go to Sabo, you will see it everywhere. If you go to the interior of the Yoruba people in Ibadan, Gangan, you will see it. The only place where you don't see it is the Igbo communities and the South community. So don't be surprised. All those things that you see them, those guys, they might be Yoruba guys too.
All right. Joel, the room has populated a bit. So
Okay, so let me bring it home then. You go to the next person. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So like I said, one man, the issue of defecation on the street of Lagos and major cities is one that that needs to be tackled. Like because of, I mean, when you look at the disadvantages it causes to the environment and even to the people, to the inhabitants, it cannot be overstated. It's a work in progress, but I don't want us to look at it like, Lagos is because it's Lagos. No, it is happening in Lagos because Lagos is populated. It's overpopulated, and with overpopulation comes with things like that. Like I said, you can see this in major cities around the world. It's not just a Lagos thing. So on that note, I would like to say thank you very much for the opportunity, and I yield to the next person. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegance that is Joel of Nashville. So thank you, Joel.
Woman, that's the longest 5 minutes session ever. Good job, Joel.
It was chopped up quite heavily, so it probably didn't even. It's not that he kept quiet. It was chopped up quite heavily. So let's spin it round.
Can I ask a quick question before, if you don't mind, woman? I don't want to disturb him.
Yeah.
You look at everybody jumping in his session. Actually, the question was for Joel. Do you know the largest property landowner in the world, the richest person with land?
No, that not
richest person.
Sorry.
Who?
No, Kyle, they were for Joel, wasn't it?
You said the richest person with what?
The person that has the largest land property in the world.
I don't know.
You should know that. Your man, Donald Trump. You know Donald Trump. He's got the largest land property in the world. Because we can tell that Trump 2.0 is causing havoc. It's giving a lot of people a headache. They can't restrain themselves.
Hold on, Prince Daddy. What did you just say again? That Trump owns one of the largest what?
The largest real estate in the world, in people's brains, in people's minds.
It is in people's minds. That's what.
It's called TDS, Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes.
It's called Trump derangement syndrome. The Trump 1.0 we thought was bad, but damn, this 2.0 is worse than the pandemic, than COVID. It's a serious problem. I'm telling you, people can't restrain or contain themselves.
I hear it's even threatening 3.0 Trump, Obasanjo style.
Yeah, after 3.0, we're working on that. We're working on that. But it's, I mean, woman, I know your platform is, we try to be objective and provide, the right information as much as possible. It's a shame for somebody to come to call the president of the United States a rapist, though he wasn't really found guilty, and even and suggest the wrong person as being the accuser. Listen, the person Trump, the person that was Agent E. Carroll, that was the lady, that crazy lady that actually went online and a different media outlet and said she had fantasy about about being raped. Actually, she said that. And we all know, just like you said earlier, Joel, that it's the liberal jury and judges that that orchestrated all this garbage against Trump. But that's that's
Do you know
irrelevant.
that do you know that that's the number one female sexual fantasy?
I don't know. I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know that.
Number
But
one,
this is even worse. We're
Female
talking about
sexual
adults.
fantasy.
for real?
I don't think. Woman,
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No,
I don't know
no.
where you heard that from.
Woman, please hold on. Woman, repeat what you just said again.
But it's documented that that's the number one female sexual fantasy.
What is the thing documented? Say it so that I'll know.
What Prince Daddy just said?
Mm.
But I don't know who has the moral authority, so to speak, to be a supporter of a pedophile and accuse another man of being a rapist. Which one is worse? I'm not trying to choose sides, but we know the former president is a pedophile. It's well documented. I talk about Biden. It's well documented that he actually has showered with his own daughter, and even right now, his son Hunter Biden. We have it. The laptop from hell. This man showed on video. It's on record, raping little girls, Asian girls. Okay, and there comes a supporter.
Oh, no, don't get us in trouble. Don't treat.
Well, I'm trying to keep it real now. Okay, I'll be mindful of those words, but
Yeah.
you can't be a
Sleeping kids
supporter of
and all
such
that.
you can't be a supporter of a P person and that does such egregious act against children and want to put a finger as an adult with adults quote unquote rape case. That's a joke. That's a mockery of the whole thing, the whole system. Okay, it doesn't work that way, and that's why I know for sure this Trump 2.0 it's big time. It's worse than COVID, and I really wish people like Adama and Babati really help a lot of people with this disease. It's really contagious, quite frankly. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
All right, Brendan. Let's move around. I know you want to tackle it, but I'm also conscious of people that are waiting. So let's move around a little bit. We go to DOG and then Ogbeni and after that DOG. We are starting to see you back again. Are you back with us now? You're starting to drop a bit more. DOG.
Well, man, thank you. I've never left you. Even if I'm not on the show, I listen most time. I've just been busy. I've been here and there. Trust me, but here I am. Thanks for having me. Yeah. Where do I even start from?
Just free
Can
flow.
you?
There wasn't really that much in the news, actually. In fact, for the moment, it was only Baba and I thought maybe we just chat a bit, but then always the case, the room fills up. But Fani Kayode made an ambassador. We are questioning if it's fit for purpose. Natasha still making her empty-headed noise and all of these things.
Thank you. With Fani Kayode, I don't see. I think it's one of those people you would, for an ambassador, it's one of those people you would think of when it comes to things like that. If it was like a minister, I might support people that is not worth it. But for an ambassador, I don't think it's people like that. I would expect Tinubu to give that kind of chance to be an ambassador.
Oh, okay, I think DOJ may have been interrupted for a moment. D, are you there?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, we lost
Hello?
you for a moment. Yeah, we lost you for
Yeah,
a moment.
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like Enigmatic said earlier on, I've heard him speak about Israel and all those things. I think he's he has wealth of knowledge in those areas as well. So people like that, I don't see what's bad in giving him an ambassador or nominating him. So I don't think it's even something we should be arguing or quarreling about, like how they pray.
We've lost you again.
No, sorry. Like what please prolong the whole issue the other time. I don't see big deal. And comparing saying there is no big deal in Oxford. I wish I had gone to Oxford. I wish I had the opportunity to have schooled in Oxford.
That's a license to write your own check, or you go to Oxford, but
You know,
it's
the people, the kind of caliber of people you will even have meet, and it changed a bit of your trajectory and all that. But anyway, let's leave that. I'm going to Natasha, to be frank, from the earlier stage, because I have a bit of experience when it comes to people lying, and it happens a lot, especially in the Western world where women lie against women. And I've actually been a victim that actually even had a court case. I was lucky that after the whole investigation, I was discharged and acquitted, and I won the case because there was no proof. So for such accusation, there must be a proof. You must have something. There is no way you don't have something, even if it's a text message. There must be something. And I think the 8 people have for Tinubu's government make a lot of people jump on that bandwagon to quickly support her and not try to use their own mindset to dissect the whole situation at that point in time, rather. So with Natasha, I think she's being used by some people, and or like somebody said earlier on as well, maybe they've actually even done they've done the thing before, and she's just sad, and I don't know, maybe something is just not right with them anymore, and she's just looking for a way to tarnish the man's image. And for me, even her going to the day I just think she had started doing things wrong was the day she went on, what's that Awusa man's show? There is one show, there is one
Brekete TV.
Brekete.
Yeah.
That was where I thought, oh, no, 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 no. I don't. If you are really sexually harassed, you won't be doing all that. You won't be going to Brekete and you would have evidence. That would be something, a text message. Let's even agree, maybe that incident in Akpabio's house happened. And that house, I know the house because Akpabio, they are my in-law, is right next to my grandfather's house in Akwa Ibom. So it's in Oroso Road, Ikotekpene. So I know the house very well. So let's even assume that happened. There must be something for somebody in that position that wants to have you in his bed. He would have sent you a text message. That would have been something that you can show to prove your point. But she has nothing. So I don't know why people keep supporting her. I just think the aid for Tinubu government is more reason why a lot of people quickly support her and start, condemning Akpabio then. And because we all know as well, our politicians they are not normal too. So it was easy for some people to agree with her initially. But I think a lot of people are now starting to say that there is no way, even if you go to the court of law on a case like that, that must be 100% proof that something like that happened before they can even give a judgment or, find it guilty. That's all I have to say. That's the two topic we have.
Yeah, was there anything else that you were looking at on the news? We couldn't really find any, but we just really opened it so that we can gist really, because it was really Fani Kayode and Natasha, but was there anything else that you were that especially caught your attention in the news? Or
No, for me, I've just been, I think at this point in time, I'm just looking at what the next election will look like, because we are having that conversation yesterday on yesterday's show as well. I think to me, with a lot of things is going on, and I don't know whether it's going to be similar to how the noise on social media in the first election, but with the look of things, with the way the election is going to be, I think Tinubu already has won that election for second time. I'm just thinking, there was something I was going to say yesterday when Enigmatic was talking about Shetima. Shetima is not even moving as if he wants to be the successor of Tinubu. I think the deal was just for him to come in just because of the game that Buhari were playing at that point in time during the um, during the election and during the primaries. I think because for a vice president that wants to be president, there is a way they move that you can tell this person wants to be the successor to Tinubu. But I was going to ask Enigmatic yesterday, but I don't know. At some point, I think they ended the show and I was put backstage somehow, so I couldn't ask him. I don't know if he's still here.
He is still there, but I'm not quite sure if it's there in body or in spirit, rather.
No, okay. So that's what I would have loved to ask Enigmatic.
But you know, Shetima is a very savvy man and a very smooth operator. I think he will come into his own in 2027 when he knows now that the battle is down for 2031. You know, so I don't know, man. But it's been very quiet.
Yeah,
Though. That's
but
also, yeah.
yeah. That's my point. Like the way he moves, the way he carries himself. You know, somebody that wants to succeed the next to be the next president after the second term, you would have known from now because they would have started doing the job too while the second term politics is being played already. You would have seen how they are moving. You would have seen the move they are making as well. You know, and I can't see that. And
But
I've
you
been
don't want to be
studying that.
overbearing now, DOG. You see, as a vice president also, you don't want to appear to be overbearing, and because if
But would
not,
you call it overbearing because he's not looking to contest with him this second time? If it's
no,
about succeeding in.
if you are too much out there, and you know there are so many sharks around too. There are so many
But
sharks
it's not
around.
showing
Too much out there.
not showing personality, is what DOG is saying.
Don't show it to
Exactly.
just be
Yeah,
cool.
that personality is not there.
Just be
Even
cool
if
and
you are
follow.
cool, I get your point, bro. I get your point. But what I'm saying is there will be some move, how you speak. You know, you want to impress
That's
some
what
people
put
to see
Yemi
that.
Osinbajo in trouble now. That's what
No,
put
Yemi
Yemi
Osinbajo was actually operating
trying to
well.
steal the guy out.
Yeah, he was.
Yemi Osinbajo they will have to compensate for Buhari now because Buhari was absent both physically and mentally for most of it.
Okay. That's one of
So
the things
that is
that
my
put him
point.
against
Shetima is not really moving like somebody that really wants it. So to me, like Enigmatic was saying some stuff yesterday. So just look at me, the way he's operating is more like he's just trying to fulfill his own part of the business to succeed in this with the first election and this first time, and they look at what he's going to be doing next because he's not acting the way he carries himself, even when he's in public places, the way he speaks is just so calm, so relaxed. Unlike and I don't think Shetima is a proper politician that actually has aspiration to go that far, like contesting as a president initially. So that's why I think it was just being called up. Compared to when you look at Obasanjo and Atiku period, before they even start having their issue, you can see the ambition in Atiku, the way he was moving, which is part of
But
why I even think what killed his career is that
DOG,
ambition. Yeah.
DOG, this December. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Simba. Yeah, I know your voice, sir.
Yeah, so, you cannot compare Shetima with Atiku now. Atiku has even been contesting even before he became a VP to Obasanjo. Atiku contested in 1983 for presidential election. I hope you know.
No.
So you cannot compare because if you look at somebody like our former vice president too, you can never believe that such a person will contest for presidential election. He did not even show us any sign or anything before he came out. You understand?
Ooh.
The only
Yemi?
thing that surprised me
You
is
meant Yemi?
Yemi Osinbajo, yeah.
Yemi was a
And
betrayal.
the only thing
That
that
his own move. That his own move was just silly move. Because initially we all knew it was Tinubu that was coming out. is a different ball game, knowing that, oh, when Buhari was there, we already know that it was Yemi that was going to succeed. We know that it was not Yemi that was not going to succeed. So his own move was a silly move.
But can
I
I ask
think
you
he
a
was just
question?
looking at what is happening with Buhari
GOJ,
and yeah.
can I ask you a question? Okay,
Yeah.
if you in that Tinubu caucus as it is now, I'm not talking about people that might come in later. All of them, the northern caucus for Tinubu, the Ganduje and the rest. Which of them do you think will probably be proper and fit to replace Tinubu?
You see, I don't have any idea in my head, to be honest, until yesterday when
Shetima is
any
about the only person to me. Shetima,
with the way our
as they
political
are now.
system work, as the vice president, you will expect okay, and it's going to
No,
the north, you will expect is Shetima, which
which
is what
northerner?
every
Which northerner do you think would be an alternative to Shetima?
so yeah, like I was saying, this
There's
guy
Ribado got
Ibadu,
Ribadu is not a
yeah, also
politician now.
it doesn't
Ribadu
matter.
is not a
Ribado
politician.
Tinubu
ran
almost
for the
was going to use,
presidency before
didn't he
now.
use Ibadu the other time that he was going to use
Ribadu that couldn't
Fashola?
even win. That couldn't even win his governorship election.
Yeah, but he ran for the presidency before.
He lost
He ran for presidency when they wanted to
blatantly.
use Fashola for his vice president. Then they
He
refused.
lost blatantly. So Ribadu that couldn't even win
He
governorship
got
election
he
in
got he
Adamawa.
got almost 3 million votes that time. Oh.
Yeah, because of Tinubu them influence now.
No,
So
Tinubu did not even supported him. You know, it was during it
no
was
3 million
2011
votes.
now.
No, he ran under ACN now.
It was 2011 when
How can you
Jonathan
say
won it.
Tinubu did not support him? If he ran under it, if he ran in Tinubu's party.
But you know, it's a different ball game now because if
We
Ribadu
all
is
know
contesting now, it should be going to the north. So the northerners will be for him.
Patoski.
And
We knew how Tinubu supported Goodluck Jonathan during his first bid.
What
It was
Tinubu
an
did,
open listener.
Tinubu broke that thing. He broke it. He used Ribadu to
Ayo
break.
is not serious.
And he won Lagos State. And Jonathan won Lagos State.
And now, but what I'm saying is that Ribadu himself is not a politician. So the person that Tinubu will bring will be a politician. And Baba said something the last time, which I think we should all pay attention to. I see that towards maybe by next year, Tinubu will change his ministers to politicians in preparation for the next election. We will do a cabinet reshuffle. All those some other places where you see some technocrats now, you will just put politicians in all those places, empower them, and then
To
for the
go
next
and
election.
work for him.
Yeah, that's likely. We appoint more political advisor, just like we can use to appoint more political advisor, appoint more advisor than politicians, pump money to them to go and work. But I don't see in 2027, I've not seen an alternative to Shetima. You can't present Ganduje now.
But Patoski, but what is surprising me is quietness. He's too quiet. He's not even supporting, talking
No,
more.
just
He's
keep
not talking,
quiet
especially
and be working.
with all the opposition coming from the north. Chetima is not talking.
God
He's not
bless you. That's what
talking.
I'm saying. He's
And
not active.
am
That's why
afraid
I said
that
I
I
think
hope he's not going to be a saboteur.
no, I don't think so. That's why I'm saying to you, I think because they have a relationship even before the election, they are close. So that's why I said I think his own bargain of the thing is come and contest with me now because of the issue he was having in the primaries with them Buhari trying to hinder him, the likes of Emefiele and all those people. The accountant general, what was his name? That one too. So I think it was just being used, and I think that was just his part of his own, and I think he has accomplished it because the way the guy carries himself as a politician, if you have an ambition, there are some things you will be getting yourself involved in, some issues you'll be speaking to, that people will be, that you will be selling yourself already to people. He's not doing anything of such, and that is why I'm saying when
there's a big beginnings of a push in the north to have him replaced for 2027. They want to remove him and put somebody from North Central, which would be Benue, Kogi or something. Maybe replace him with Yahaya Bello.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bello.
more regionals.
No
Yeah,
man, are you
it's
joking?
possible.
I can they
No,
replace Shetima Babajelo?
no, the North Central are pushing that they want to replace Shetima.
But you
But I
cannot
don't
make
think it's Yaya
you can't
Bello. It
make
can't be Yaya
suggestion of
Yeah,
Bello.
Yaya
but
Bello
yeah,
now.
no, no,
What want
Looks
that's
to
like you don't know
finish
anything
the
about Nigeria
administration?
politics.
that's the only
You
name
want to
now.
finish the administration?
What other name? What other name is there in the North Central apart from
I
Yaya Bello?
beg you, if there is no
Akume,
other person, then they should go and
Akume
pick
is there
another.
now.
How can you be mentioning
How
Yaya
can you be
Bello?
mentioning Yabelo
Yaya
when
Uh-uh.
Bello
the
would
current
be.
Well,
the
man,
current
have you
SGF
taken this thing this morning?
the current SGF is from North Central now. Akume is there now.
Yeah, but it's not a
Who?
big enough name now. Akume.
Akume is the current SGF, current Secretary of the Government of the Federation. He says it's not a big name. The whole of Benue is under him like this. He has influence in Kogi and the other places too.
Even Plateau.
Plateau now. So what I say, Goma, I feel like say you don't know Nigerian politics. Yake. Even you, would you do better than Yaya Bello? Yaya Bello.
Yeah, all right, back to bring it up. I want to try and get to Obeni before he falls asleep. Maybe he has already. You know,
Yeah. So
Obeni is the old man, so you're going to this.
okay, yeah. So I was gonna say, this guy mentioned Ribadu yesterday, and it made me now remember that I saw a video where Tinubu was actually greeting a lot of people, and he passed Ribadu, but was still holding Ribadu and shaking every other person on the line. So that gives me like, okay, I think the analysis this guy was making yesterday, enigmatic, might be somehow correct. So, but let's see how it plays out. But I don't see the vice president acting as if he has interest, or he's just acting as if he has fulfilled his part of his own bargain and is just going to move to the next thing.
It's
Thank you.
too passive. It's too passive.
Yeah. Thank you, one man.
Yeah. Zimba.
Yes, Larry.
What exactly do you guys want Shetima to do? Shetima is doing his job.
Don't open up that place again, though. I wanted to go to
No,
Obeni,
let
so
me just say something.
That's the right question.
Let me just
What I'm saying, let me tell you, Shetima is not I'm not talking about even his own political ambition now. I'm talking about him talking about the opposition coming from the north.
No.
For his master.
There is division in the north. The main people that are against Tinubu are basically the Fulanis. Have you seen any opposition coming from northeast?
But you should speak about it. You should talk. At least we know that
the opposition that was coming from northeast was Ali Ndume. Have you ever seen Ali Ndume criticize the government lately? The major guy that was against them from the north is Ali Ndume. And immediately Ali Ndume was out against them, they had to talk to Ali Ndume. Ali Ndume is back in their fold. So basically, Shetima is doing his job.
Work.
Larry, these northerners, I think the only thing they know is what.
Forget about northerners.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Simba and Larry, please, can you wait for your turn? Miss AI, Ogbeni, Prince Daddy has not spoken yet. So could you allow them to give their open monologue? Then when I come to you, we can pick that up. If that's
so you are skipping me. Am I not going to give monologue too?
Who is that?
This Patoski.
Okay, Patoski, wait now. You've been talking.
I'll be
here.
You're
a host now. You're a host
yes.
now.
No, Ada is the host today.
Madam AI, I just saw your message. Could you please
This is a confusion of the host.
How na day? I wanted to correct an impression. When it gets to my turn, I will speak.
Okay. It's your turn. Go ahead, ma'am. It's your
Sorry.
turn.
It's already. Let's go because Zita just came in. So let's go to Obeni because usually it tends to doze off if you don't get to him in good time.
Okay, no problem.
Because he's a very old man.
Adama, woman way to quickly give it to Madam Zita.
Look at that.
What you guys like? You think I'll be looking after you guys will just be talking
women looking after women.
Looking after each other, you know.
Oma,
Already,
I'm not an old man. When in a gathering where you have Patoski, Baba, and you,
and a woman, yes.
that woman. So and here, so I'm not an old man. If I find myself in the midst of those people, I'll feel good. I'm still young. Okay, I greet everyone. Good morning from Scotland.
Oh, you're back there. I thought you moved.
I'm presently in Scotland. Yes, the universities are not.
Oh, that poem isn't it really?
Yeah, it's getting towards summer holiday, so I've moved. So I greet everyone, listeners and viewers. Try and share and also subscribe. So let me pick it up from I think the last point or the last issue we've been discussing, which is about Shetima. I don't see anything wrong in what Shetima is doing presently. If you look at the Tinubu's history and record as the governor of Lagos State, if you want to be Tinubu's deputy or vice, you have to be very careful. Tinubu is a governor in Nigeria that I know that used about 3 deputies before he successfully ended his tenure. He started with Koforola Bokna Kirele, which they swung 2 of them together, May 29, 1999, right? By December 2002, they've started having problem. In fact, by 2001, they started having problem. Why? Because Koforola was already thinking of succeeding Tinubu. In fact, not even only succeeding. The first week started, the news that was booked out was that Koforola will contest against Tinubu in 2003. Later, we started hearing that Koforola will contest as deputy. But either of the two, Tinubu even never wanted to hear anyone. And Koforola also was such a person that you will see her almost everywhere. Defending Tinubu government, not doing any other thing, but they saw her as somebody who's over ambitious, who could later turn against, the tide. And because of that, the speaker then, I think it was Olorunnibe Mamora, if I can still remember. Then they gang up and impeach her. And after that, they brought in Femi Pedu, right? Sometimes around that December, January, they brought Femi Pedu. But Femi Pedu didn't even last too. They chased that one away after, in fact, he resigned. They said he resigned. And then he ended up eventually with Abiodun Ogunleye. So if you look at the trajectory, if you look at events with Tinubu, Tinubu is such a person that is domineering when it comes to leadership. So for you to deputize that kind of person, you have to study your master. He's a Machiavellian. You study Robert Greene's book very well. You realize that you have to first study your masters, know the kind of person you're dealing with, then before you shoot out. Look at Osinbajo. I still keep saying that Buhari used divide and rule to kill Osinbajo's political ambition. He got a green light from Buhari. No doubt about that. Many people that will I blame Osinbajo did. Yes, we will blame him because as a professor of law, and somebody who have access to many advisors, he was supposed to take initiative. He did not. But did he get any green light from Buhari? Yes, very clearly. And I got this information from a very reliable source. One of those that were on the TV saying he will contest, even as at the time he has not declared. One of my bosses told me in confidence that Buhari called them and said, start campaigning for Osinbajo. That's the person that was succeeding. And possibly also probably called Osinbajo and told Osinbajo that don't worry. Then they used divide and rule. One of the problems the cabal back then had against Osinbajo was what happened in that little time when Baba was sick and he left the country. Osinbajo took the reign of power and showed little of what the stuff was made of. And because of that, they saw him as, oh boy, if you allow this one with power, this one will use power seriously against the gatekeepers. And because of that, they find every way to just kill his political ambition. So you cannot even come back again, even when your master is done. So one man, that's my point on that issue. that I don't see what Shetima is doing that is wrong. Now, somebody raised an issue that, okay, who is there anybody left in the north?
Sorry, Benny. Sorry, Benny. I think all those people you mentioned, each and every one of them would have preferred a Shibanjo, including Northerners. Trust me. A Shibanjo does not have any backbone. It's soft. They can overrule him and ride him if they wanted to. Trust me. They wanted him. They wanted him all day. They don't want Tinubu.
Yes, I understand you. They don't want Tinubu, but Tinubu is a master strategist. Tinubu is not. Tinubu actually fought his way to power. We all know that. It's not. Tinubu didn't just get it a la carte. He fought his way to power. And I just finished reading this guy's Omateye's book and how Tinubu emerged and all those things. It's on Amazon. It's on Odera book. If you read that book, which were events that we all knew, but Omateye, who happened to be the Nation's chief editor, had access to more information that we never had access to. And he expressed those informations out, and I can realize that Tinubu actually fought his way through. But that's about that. Somebody has a question that, is there anybody left in the South Northeast? There are so many people. Zulum is still there. Well, Zulum is warming up for something big, and he's doing very fine. He has done well, and he's doing very fine in Borno State. Another person now, Ribadu. Yeah, Ribadu is there, but I don't place Ribadu. I don't really rate Ribadu above those guys. But sometimes some masters will want to put somebody like a puppet that they can control after leaving office there. So with that, I won't write off Ribadu too. Somebody said there's nobody giving them problem as opposition from the Northeast. There is only Fulani. That's not true. Bala Mohammed is there from Baushida as Northeast, and he's giving them serious. He speaks about them and against them almost every day.
But yes, Bala Mohammed is Fulani now, is he not?
Yeah, what I'm saying is the person says, is there anybody from the Northeast that is giving them problem? I said Bala Mohammed is giving them problem. I'm not sure Bala Mohammed is Fulani. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know he's from Bauchi.
He told us that the Fulani have the rights to Nigeria and all that. Yeah, I think it's Fulani.
Where? I know it's difficult, particularly for us from the south to understand who is even from Fulani. If you ask anybody now, anybody from Sokoto, they will tell you it's Fulani, and that's not true. So in most cases, we mix all these things up. That's for that. That's my point on that. Let me quickly run to this issue of ambassadorial appointment. I think it's the top news for today, or point of discussion for today. Now, one man, I don't have any problem against Femi Fani Kayode. I don't know why War Peace had problem against the guy. I just think he's still born out of the bitterness from the election, from Tinubu election. Many people that speak against this guy, is still that bitterness. What can we say Femi Fani Kayode stands for? First and foremost, when you want to pick corruption, that's not where you place Femi Fani Kayode. We all know these things. Why are we pretending about it? If you want to put Femi Fani Kayode in any bracket, it's not corruption now. Which corruption? Femi Fani Kayode was charged 3 times in Nigeria. 3 times. He was charged immediately after Obasanjo left government. Yar'Adua got there. He was charged under Yar'Adua government for what? Aviation. And let me quickly correct something. Baba said he wasn't charged on aviation thing. So with due respect, I was charged, I think, about 19.6 billion from aviation, which they said he laundered through about some banks in Nigeria, about 14 banks or so in Nigeria.
Correction noted. Thanks.
Yes, sir. So, but the question we will ask next is that, what's the status of that case? He was discharged. Just political case. Somebody who just left office with Obasanjo. We all knew what happened immediately after Obasanjo left. Yar'Adua wanted to take reins of power by all means. He chased Ribadu away. Now he demoted Ribadu, and then they sent Ribadu somewhere in Jos to go and be teaching. Malam El-Rufai was sent out of Nigeria. In fact, he left on his own, because he, according to him in his book, he said Yar'Adua was going around with soothsayer and all those people, and they wanted to kill him. He left, he left the country. Femi Fani Kayode also ran away. So many of Obasanjo people ran away from him, so that, but rightly so, he wanted to assert his authority too, which was what Goladwada did, and fetch all those letters that led him into trouble too. So maybe if Yaradua too had lasted and God has spared his life, maybe he would have had problems also with the enigmatic OBJ. But that said, Femi Fani-Kayode, they suffered from that political thing that do come usually after one government is left the government. We all know that. But was he acquitted or he was discharged? Then after that, they charge him again. This time around, it was the one Baba was talking about with insane deal. What do you call it? Then what happened? He was discharged again on that. And then after that, what happened to him again? He was charged. In fact, the third one was even a very funny one. I think they just discharged him on that one last month or so, February. That was the most ridiculous one EFCC did. What happened? They said the medical record that the medical report that he tendered in his second case, all right, that the medical report that he tendered, that he forged it from Kubwa General Hospital from Abuja. I think one of those medical reports he tendered for bail or something like that, that it was forged. So they charged him for forgery. And then people started saying, shouldn't that be the work of police to charge for forgery? So what's the financial crime in forgery? You know, that he started, and then, but they charged him about 12 count charge or something like that. And then he went to full trial. So when people come out and say, we know him, he's corrupt, the guy went through full trial. They placed all their evidence, placed everything. After he closed his case, it was before my Lord Olubunmi Fadipe in Lagos. And after they closed their case, the government closed their case. And he never opened his defense. He just submitted a no case submission. And the court accepted his no case submission. There's no case here. He didn't forge this thing. Which witnesses do you bring against him? And then they discharged him. And today, I still believe the reason why they charged that guy was because all those is Tinubu thing. And that was what prevented him even from making the ministerial list. Maybe plus other political thing, because there was a case hanging on his neck. But now February, the case has gone. So what legal impediment do you find in the guy's neck? And mind you, how many embassies do we have? I think Nigeria has about 76 embassies and 20-something high commission all over the world. So we're talking about 35 lists now. And this goes to somebody who's talking about, is it Yoruba? Only Yoruba there. We should stop all these things. Well, we like gaslighting things. So now they've just brought few names out of that name. And it's even speculation. I've not seen the list. And so out of the 35, you don't find people from other nationality or nations in Nigeria there. So you now single out, and then instead of you to argue on his competence, you are now arguing from the angle of tribe. Why do we like peddling all these narratives? I don't know. But for me, that's it. Now, so you can't put Femi Fani-Kayode in the bracket of corruption in Nigeria. We all know that. Where do you put Femi Fani-Kayode? And this is where I'll be landing. Femi Fani-Kayode is a very outspoken person. We all know that. He has his own diction, and he speaks his mind without flaw. And he's somebody who's very frontal when it comes to defense of his religion and his ethnicity. That one is clear. Femi Fani-Kayode doesn't really stop there. He's also frontal when it comes to defense of his race. That's black race. He's a kind of person that can speak against the British monarch on several occasions, because he's also British in one way. And he's the kind of person that will speak against them American leaders. He will come out and speak and talk. Whether they listen to him or not, I'm not sure they listen to him. They rate him that much. But he will come out and will always speak. So you put him in that bracket. One of those.
Sorry. On that note, so that's why his ministerial choices have been limited, unless the Israeli government or the Mossad intelligence they're not paying attention to him. He's not going to he's not going to get a position to Israel for sure. U.S. I don't think so. So you know what I'm talking about, because it's kind of an anti-Zionist in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Okay. So my point is, I don't think they really rate his opinion like that. But I know he likes speaking, but they don't really, I'm not sure. is a defender of Palestine on Israel-Palestine thing. He will always speak for Palestine. On that, he will always speak for Palestine. But now, beyond that, now you put him in the brackets too of somebody who with double identity. That's where I will land it. He's somebody that today, if he's supporting this master, he will praise that master, he will castigate the other party. Tomorrow, just like Reno too, tomorrow he switch side, just like all those Boala and Co. I put them in the same bracket. The only difference between the two is that Fani Kayode has been a minister before. Those one have not been minister before. That's the only difference between the two of them.
Obasanjo just said something about Obasanjo just said something about him sometimes ago. I forgot what he said.
I remember he said, "Give me where belle face."
Where belle face, exactly. Yeah.
Talking, and that's it. And I believe so. You see, this APC that Fani Kayode is working for today. Fani Kayode has once castigated them, called them the demonic, said this thing, we never join them, they are devil, they are evil, they are this. But today, he's frolicking with them, he's moving around with them, and he wants to get appointments with them. If on that basis you are criticizing Fani Kayode, I agree with you. But criticize him on corruption? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure that is the identity we have of him until now, that people will now start saying, oh, he's corrupt because of the bitterness that went with the last election. And anything pro Tinubu now, people must come with some stories and dig out your this and talk. And after all, a man that they find his name in Panama scandal wanted to become your president. Did anybody say that will give us a bad image outside in the global world? Nobody now. We're all here frolicking and say, oh, he has explained it. He has explained why he stuck billions of naira in some tax haven off Caribbean islands and others there. So for me, Mama, that's my point on that. And when it comes to his knowledge, you mentioned Oxford University, fine. It's kind of university, one of my dream university in those days. But that doesn't mean Oxford University is meant only for the Yorubas. I've seen many people from different tribes that went to Oxford University. And I've seen many people from different tribes that have gotten an award, even honorary or doctorate degree and others from Oxford University. But when it comes to his academic progress and knowledge, you can't take it away from Fani Kayode. His knowledge of
but bro, nobody talks say Oxford University is meant for Yorubas alone. It was what piece that was trying to make it look like what is in Oxford University. That was
yes,
just the
but
bottom.
if you
Which
go back,
I just feel that, and this is part of what I was saying earlier. Anything that has to do with Tinubu regime, no matter how you put it, if you package it, they will find something to rubbish it.
I agree.
And, you know,
I
you
agree
can't
with
say
you.
Oxford University is nothing. We can't say
Yes,
it's nothing.
I
To
agree
be
with you.
honest.
I agree with you. And that's why I said is the bitterness from that last election. And I'm sure people will not wake up from that fever. We will be inside that fever into 2027. That's very sure. Okay, thank you, one man, for the opportunity. I'll yield the floor so that others can also speak. One man, are you there?
Maybe Madame Zita should come in. If Madame Zita is
Yeah, I was actually responding to you. I was saying, thank you very much, Obeni. And then I was saying, was there anything else that caught your attention in the news before we move it around?
Yes, Kemi Badinot. Kemi
yes,
Kemoski, yes. Maybe this is for those who are following the British politics anyway, not for the Prince Dada and all those Americaners. Apologies to them.
She's almost turning into an embarrassment now.
I'm telling you. You see the white the elite, the elite in the British elite are gradually turning against the lady, and they are generally coming out with what they are taught about the lady. Just wait, just
they are just a bit reticent that they don't come across as racist, but they have.
They are never with him. We think the British are with him. They are never with her.
No,
they are never with her.
I know. They will just find a way. They just allow
But
her.
Why did they give her that slot though? Why did they give her why did they let her win?
She's been fighting for it.
She's been fighting. Yeah. Carry on.
And if you see the reason why they knock Rishi Sunak off from that thing, so they need somebody from the minority community to
cover Sunak so that it doesn't look racist.
Cover that area and lead them out from the thing. So the moment is able, and unfortunately, she's not even winning the thing because reform is gaining more ground every day. You see how Farage reform is gaining more members.
Farage will be praying for her every single day.
Yes, now Farage keeps saying that you are just campaigning for us, because the more she just going into all those blunders, the more they are getting. Because the point is that the British, they just need an alternative to this Labour government, seriously, and they are fed up too with conservative, just like what we had in Nigeria in 2023 too. PDP, APC, some people just felt let's gain a fresh air and let's leave all these things. And that's why
Farage don't win an election in this country. Trust me.
Don't say so.
Bro,
I don't think he can be prime minister.
He can't really be prime minister. Trust me, he can't be prime minister. Number one, his affiliation with Trump alone has already killed him.
No,
and
see what
and it's still right wing.
One my DOG.
And racist as they are in this country, they don't.
Andrew State.
She's like that Maria Le Pen woman in France.
Yeah. You see what Farage is doing. Farage is not telling you that he's contesting. Farage is leading a movement. Farage is just like Elon Musk. He's leading a movement. As it stands now, he has established that political party and he has stepped aside from the leadership of that political party, still fueling that movement. It's a crusade. Just watch out for them. When they
I see the pattern of the people that you don't like. Le Pen, Badenoch, Trump. I see the pattern, the common denominator. So I get it. So when people say nobody likes Kemi Badenoch, I'm not sure because I'm not into British politics.
I love Trump.
Maybe 50% of the British don't like him. What about the other 50%? Okay, you're not talking about that. I know the globalists don't like her. The globalists don't like her. The liberals over there don't like her. So, and they are the loudest, and they have the media. So who knows the truth? I don't know.
Prince Daddy, they don't like that lady. You need to be listening to that lady, and you see the kind of utterances coming out from her mouth.
I listen to her. There's nothing really strange about what she says, really. Quite frankly, I don't think so.
You sure?
Let me give you a flavor of where she is.
I haven't watched it. I don't have time to watch anything these days, to be honest. But I have read about it.
The Prime Minister had time to watch it, Mrs. Bader.
Yes, well, they have. And so what I understand is that this is a fictional representation of a story that is actually quite different. I'm not going to watch every single thing that everybody's watching on Netflix. I do know what they're watching and I know what it's about. And I've given a view that it is a work of fiction that is interesting, that touches on a problem in society, but there are bigger problems such as Islamic terrorism and that kind of radicalization. And the story which it is based on has been fundamentally changed. And so creating policy on a work of fiction rather than on reality is the real issue.
I had a bit of a funny thing when I saw that. I thought, oh, game over.
Me too.
Did you? I thought you've got to watch this show.
This woman, this just shows why she was the wrong choice for Tory leader. She says this is a fictional representation. Stephen Graham, the guy who stars in it as the father, he co-wrote this. That is what he knows in his life. That estate that's on. I knew those estates when I was a young reporter. I was on those estates. That stuff happens. It absolutely does. So it's not. It might be a representation, but it happens. It's Stephen Graham's kind of lived experience of what he knows from,
and also
from his life.
It's fiction. It doesn't have to be based on.
I know. I mean, the arrogance of her. I don't have time to watch what everybody else is watching, and that's.
So that's how they are.
Unfortunately, that's the only thing I have agreed with her.
What?
That thing she just said.
What did she say, Rita?
What she said about Islamic terrorism. That changing the story doesn't mean it's not there.
I agree with that.
That's the only thing I have agreed with her. Since she started running that amount, that's the only thing I have agreed with her.
No, that's always been our number one narrative now. She's always been an Islamophobe.
Can I come in now?
Yes, I already still have the floor, but
yes, Madam Sita,
I'm inside the train. Don't go anywhere. I want to address you before you leave. I'm inside the train. When I get that soon.
What piece? I'll soon leave.
No, you have to wait. You cannot call my name and put it on me and you want to leave. You wait. I'll get that soon. I want to address you.
No, you can't force me to wait, so I'll be leaving you.
No, I'm not forcing you, but just wait. I know I'm not forcing you, but just wait.
It was Patoski that was meant to come on just now. He dropped. Zita, is Patoski that is meant to go next. Yeah, he's back. Pato, your device is not connecting. And then, I don't know where you are, Patoski, but you are up and down like a yo-yo. I went at that much. She's disappeared. But yeah, since Zita, then the floor is yours. I think it defaults to you, Zita.
Okay. Before he comes, let me clarify something. One man, your platform, there are things people don't come here to say. Honestly. The other day, somebody called Trump a rapist in your platform. And the person doubled down on it. Let me clarify that. That thing was said by George Stephanopoulos, or whatever they call him, concerning Jim Carroll's case on air. And that ABC channel ended up paying Trump $15 million for that false accusation. One thing is for people to listen to mainstream media and the jargons they say. Another thing is for them to put their ears on the ground to see whether they paid heavy fine for saying that. Please stop allowing people to come to your platform to say that unless you are ready to pay fine. I promise you that you will pay. When it gets to my turn, I will speak.
All right. So, Patoski, you're up next, and as you're up next, let me bail out and let you drive me for the rest of it. So, Patoski, floor is yours. After you, then it probably should be Prince Daddy, but I think Prince Daddy will yield the space to Zita, and then after Zita, Prince Daddy. You got Simba, you got World Peter looking for a fight with Albania, so plenty still to go. But Patoski, you're up next.
Yeah, woman, thank you. Thank you.
I shut it down.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, everybody. Please like and subscribe. So let me just start with my assertions. One, I would like to speak on the Natasha thing. What really is, it's not as if initially when this thing happened, I was not really supporting Natasha. But the way the things is going, I think we need to stand back and re-examine. Natasha was the one that made the accusation. And with the conversation now, everything's now being turned on her head, and she's the one receiving the batching and everything. She's the lady that is bad. She doesn't have a case. She doesn't have an argument. How can she be going to CNN or whatever? How can she be? I mean, nobody's even talking about Akpabio. You understand? These are parties to this thing. And they say she should bring their case and stuff like that. This will discourage women from speaking out. And that's not good. And then two, if Akpabio feels that Natasha is damaging his reputation, or why is he going to the press? He should take him to court. He should take her to court rather. After all, Reno did. And they claimed that, she settled. So let Akpabio also take her to court so that she will settle. But if he refused to take her to court, then nobody should stop her from expressing herself. And I heard someone earlier on said, the court has said that she should not speak publicly.
Oga Patrick, I beg, I have 4 minutes to start working, and Ogbeni cannot wait all day for me. It's like only 4 minutes before I start work, and Ogbeni not fit wait for me all day. Because he called my name, I beg. Siam, Ogbeni, are you there?
Yes,
if you are there, now I want to cut it. Yeah, I want to cut his flag.
Yeah.
Maybe you came into our conversation in the middle of the section, not from the beginning. First of all, that word indirectly is direct to me. Please withdraw it back. You know I don't play politics. You go to my platform. Have you ever had to bring in my platform? Or in this platform? Have you ever had me bashing APC or PDP to say that probably for the bitterness of the loss of election. You don't use that kind of word for a person like me. That is one. Two, you didn't come in to know what started. You didn't start conversation with us. One man started the tribal narrative by saying Yoruba people are the most intelligent people. For that reason, Falana is most qualified. How do you see that statement? You are a lawyer.
Do you want me to
Do you want
answer?
to- Yes, I want you to answer.
Okay. So to start with, I've started listening to the program from the beginning before I joined.
So why do you have to pick and choose and start saying that
Let him
probably I'm
answer
bitter from?
now.
I'm
Let
not
me
talking to
answer.
you that is telling me to answer now. Please let me. I had the reason up. I don't
That's
have
the
the time to
moderator.
wait.
What is that?
Okay,
Because
but
you are taking our time too now. You've excused somebody to get 4 minutes to talk. And the person wants to answer you now. You don't want him to answer. Still want to talk. You are
you're
not
not
saying
Patrick. This
something.
is not Patrick. This is not Patrick. This is not Patrick talking to me now.
It doesn't have
This
to
is
be
the
Oh,
problem.
Patrick. We are all on the
I thought
platform.
it's Patrick.
No, no.
You
This
keep
guy has been
harassing the person. He
interjecting.
wants to speak. You won't let him speak.
This guy be interjecting me since. I don't know who this guy. Who are you, please?
You don't need to know. Just listen to you.
Okay, so
Ask him a question. Let
if
him
I don't need
answer
to
you.
know, if I don't need to know, I'm not talking to you. So please don't interject me. Patrick, sorry, Benny, quickly answer me because I have a few
Please
minutes now.
take it easy. Now, if you are listening to me, you will realize that I castigated one man, right? I disagree with one man by tribalizing the issue of Fani Kayode. And I said, I can remember vividly what I said. I said that going to Cambridge University, Oxford, is not only the Yorubas that are in Oxford, spread across all nationality. So there is nothing big deal about affiliating a particular tribe with Oxford University. And I said, but Oxford University used to be my dream university, and we cannot say it's nothing, it's something, right? Now, that is on that. I'm not sure you listen to that. Then on the part of the bitterness, the carryover from the last election, it's not only applicable to you, perhaps not applicable to you. It's applicable to many people, plus those in the comment section, all right, putting Femi Kayode in the bracket of corruption. That is not what we know Femi Kayode for. And you know Femi
Okay,
Kayode.
wait, hold on. I have to miss. I'm leaving. And let me tell you something. When I came to the position, when I came to the conversation, and when I was talking of Mizano to Tireni, I was talking to one man based on the tribalism, and I made sure clearly that there's no state in Nigeria that don't have university, and there's no any group that don't have graduate. Did you hear that?
I
Before the magic
castigated
start.
him for that. Yeah, I heard
Hold on,
that.
just hold on. Now, just hold on. Before they drag it to the quarter level, going to he went to
Oxford.
whatever Oxford, and I said, what's so special about it? Because that's privilege. Nothing so big. I'm saying it's not good. I went to early school in my state. That does not make me be the governor of Edo State. But I was
No,
making a point to.
what you said was that there's no big deal in going to the Oxford University. Secondly, that all the Oxford University graduates will be having, and they'll be working with us in Nigeria, have they really solved our problem? Which I agree with you. And if you
Yes,
listen,
no, I don't. I understand. I was trying to make you my point of argument. It wasn't a bad tribe. I was trying to tackle one man. We should not be using tribe over competency before they drag it to quarter
tribalizing
level.
it.
Yeah, and they tribalize it and they have to blame me for me. And this guy does not targeting me talking about us. So I don't know if you've ever been to any school that's
I
looking
didn't
elsewhere or
blame
something.
I didn't blame it on you. I
Meanwhile,
think the
4
only
minutes
part,
don't finish. Oh.
the only
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you, Patoski. I'm done.
okay, Patoski.
4
Okay,
minutes over.
thank you.
So,
No problem. Thank you, Patoski.
yeah. So what I was trying to say is that people will not speak up again because now we have turned this argument on his head, and Natasha is the one receiving the batching, and Akpabio is now looking like the one who is holy and clean, and they will say, "Oh, the argument was that Natasha has accused Akpabio has accused Reno before." But the point is that the Niger Delta woman has also accused Akpabio before. So if he's on the strength of that, they both had one accusation. Akpabio did not eventually sue that woman, and that woman had not backed down that accusation was wrong. You understand? So it looks like we should try and be fair. You understand? in this thing. And we are thinking, oh, that woman is useless, she's prostitute, she sleep with people, Abuja. We just make statement like we are there, like we go to Aso Rock with her and where she does all those things and stuff like that. It is not good, and it will make our women not to speak out. We all have daughters. You understand? I can't imagine someone, even though not at that level, at the level of my own daughter, now harassing my daughter, and the society is now turning against someone who claimed to have suffered loss. I'm not saying that Natasha in this case has suffered it, but the consequence of our reaction and the way we have asserted and argued and made case and done things is that our women will no longer speak out when they have this issue. Apart from the stigmatization, look at now, she's suddenly an Ashawo girl that used to sleep. How did she rise to that point? As if nobody can rise like that. A man can play politics and rise to become senator, but a woman, when she play her politics and rise, is because she has slept with someone. That is not good, and that is not correct. It is not correct.
Patoski, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So what exactly are you suggesting?
I am saying...
No, let me land the question. This is the impression I get from what you're saying. The whole world should support Natasha. Nobody should be in support of Akpabio. Is that what you're advocating?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that nobody should blame Natasha for going to speak to anybody. We say, oh, she's embarrassing everybody. No, leave her. Let her speak. Let Akpabio speak. Let them speak. Don't blame her for going to the press. That's the approach you have chosen.
Patoski,
Woman is not here anymore.
Okay, well, Patoski, if I can understand from the perspective of people who are talking about her going to the international platform to embarrass Nigeria, they are talking from the perspective of you have an issue with one person in Nigeria. So don't turn it to a war against everybody. It's just like a family name. You have your family name, and you now have problem with one member of that family, and then you are outside that to stigmatize the whole family. That's the way some people see it, and rightly so. We can't blame them. Some people make living based on the name of Nigeria, wherever they are, and they work for it. So to now put everybody in the bracket of this is the way, if you see the way Obi Ozekuse and all of them are going about it now, it's like this is what men do in Nigeria. But you're a man from Nigeria, do you do that? The answer is no. I'm a man from Nigeria, do I do that? The answer is no. So don't stigmatize everybody, please. Face Akpabio alone, and you guys should keep your fight to two of you fighting. After all, you were friends before, eating Nigerian money. Nobody heard anything. So that's the perspective I see people arguing on that stigmatization thing from, and I think we should respect their opinion.
To add to that, if you don't mind, Patoski.
Okay, let me know. I don't want interjection. I want to do and then move to the next person. It's my time now to speak. But my own argument is this: that woman has a right to express herself in any platform, in any place, and if she has confidence in that system, she probably wouldn't employ those other channels. Now that the system cannot guarantee her that success, she has to find a way. Because we all know that if she take that into Nigerian court and does all, there is no way she will find justice. That's the feedback she's getting. That's the understanding she has.
Patoski, why are you saying this? The same woman that won a case, she won that case to a case of her election in the same court.
I'm saying
why do we pick and choose?
To me, that's the argument. That's the case. Yeah, please don't interject.
All of a sudden now, she has lost confidence.
I'll give you your time to speak.
The same court that's saying that she was successful in her election.
So what I'm saying is that she should not, because of that now, people now say, oh, how did she get that? She has been married 3 times before. She has children, this one, that kind of woman. That is not right. And because when we continue to say that, we are confirming the obvious Ekwesili's argument. Or people are now saying, oh, she had had children before, she has been married, she was divorced, as if it's a crime for her to be divorced. She was in a bad relationship and they almost killed her. She should stay there and die. So I'm not supporting divorce, like people should just be divorcing anyhow without cogent reason and be breaking lives and families and homes. But I'm saying that the woman has a right to get out of a toxic relationship, and she has a right to build another one if she sees an opportunity. And everything should not be just suddenly spinned and turned on her. If Akpabio feels that the lady is doing her
How
a
many
lot of
toxic
damage,
relationship would a woman get out of in her lifetime?
any amount, no matter if once you are in a relationship, if it is toxic and it's life threatening, get out of it.
And
If
then you will
in the
have
course
a
of your
child. Do you know the impact of your getting in and out of relationship
no,
and
let me
having
finish
children? Do
now.
you know?
If
Hold
if
on.
you
Do
are
you
in a
know the impact
relationship,
of
no,
it on
it's
your
my turn
children?
now. Please, I will
Do you
allow
know
you
the
to
impact
interject
on the children?
if I feel that if I feel that I want to be interjected. What I'm saying is I'm not encouraging divorce, but I'm saying that if a woman is in a relationship and her life is threatened, and and continue to stay in that relationship because of the children, if she decides to stay there and she die, she will eventually leave those children. So, but she has a society where she can take custody of her children and build a life. If after getting out of that life-threatening relationship, she finds love, nobody, society should not go against her for for finding love. After all, it was not her fault. Nobody go into a relationship and plan to break it. When you want to get married, you don't plan, oh, this marriage I'm going in there because I want to break it in 10 years. Nobody does that. Nobody plans for that. But when that's what life presents to you, the woman has a right to defend her life, protect her children, get out of it. And if she finds love down the line, she should take it. After all, her life has not ended because somebody threw her out or because she feels threatened and she excused herself from that. If she didn't go out of it, we'll say, why did she stay there? Oh, look at her. Doesn't she have family? That's what we'll be saying. So that is that. So women, please don't let somebody buy you because of this thing. Stay alive for your children, stay alive for your family. You have family, father, mother, brothers. They're also your family. So protect yourself, defend your marriage as much as possible. But if it's life threatening and you are very sure that it's life threatening, then don't stay there and die now. You won't be able to, you need to stay alive to take care of those children. That is my opinion on that. But I'm saying that a woman who has spoken out, we should not suddenly just turn anything against her and then begin to make her to feel like, oh, she's this, she's that, she's prostitute, she has married before, she has not married before, and stuff like that. And then
Padosi, can I ask
I
you a
don't want to be
question?
interjected, please.
Okay.
That you turn her against her. If Akpabio, she can go ahead and speak, she can travel to the mass if she has competence, capacity. She should even kneel down in her room and even tell it to God, tell it to angel everywhere. She can do that. She has the right to that. And there's no court that has the power to say don't speak. Which court will give you will infringe your rights to express yourself or your opinion on issues that concerns you? There's no court that should. If the court does that, that is wrong. So let her continue to do whatever she wants to do. And if Akpabio feels indicted and feels that his reputation has been damaged, he should go to court. He should go to court and say, oh, this is bad. After all, Reno went to court. If he has the ball, he should do it. That is my own opinion about Akpabio and Natasha. Then the second point has to do with the appointment. To me, just like I said earlier on, meaning ambassadorial appointment is just a job for the boys. It's whatever it is. That's the kind of thing you can give to people like Kayode and Pedro, Fani Kayode and Femi Pedro and things like that. And it doesn't really, in the real sense, I've not really seen any ambassador that has really brought us so much. I don't know. Maybe I'm not open to it, but I've not seen any ambassador that say, "Oh, it's because this person as ambassador that we got this business into Nigeria, or that we got so and so, or that our citizens in a particular country got protected and stuff like that." So if they lie, let them give it to. After all, they gave Bianca. So what? I mean, Fenkaude is better off now. So let him also get it and let it be. And then what else is on the platform to speak about? Um, we also spoke about Shetima to me, I'm of the opinion that Shetima is doing his job. And one of the things you need to do as a VP is you don't want to be overbearing, you don't want to be seen as usurping the power of your principal. So what you can do as if is to stay loyal, work in the background for him. You don't have to be out there. People say, oh, it's because of Shetima, it's because of Shetima. No, don't be overbearing, don't tend to outshine him. Do work in the background for him. Take your time, like Tinubu has also done. And when it's the right time, then you strike. By the time everybody's throwing their heart into the ring and it's the right time for you to strike, you can also strike. But don't be too overbearing. I think I've touched the number of the points I want to touch. So anybody can speak. Now, I think, okay, it's Prince Daddy's turn, right?
You gave us Femi Fani Kayode.
Yeah. Okay, Patoski, if I can. Well, I don't have more time anyways. What about, see, Patoski, are you there? Your catalytic points, I do agree with actually, and that's why from the beginning I was quite careful to say, people. I don't know why a lot of people are quick to jump on Natasha as being this and that, and you're right, because somebody has multiple children or different children with different men is not a crime, and trying to reject her for that reason it wasn't cogent. But nonetheless, eventually, it sounds like I've evolved about Natasha. It appears she doesn't have a case. So there's not a case, but evidence, to support her claim. She's just going up and down saying other things. But she should be allowed to freely express herself. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And one thing also, somebody said earlier, the notion that it doesn't matter. Okay, she's Ukrainian. I don't think to generalize and condemn Ukrainians as somewhat of bad people is a terrible thing to say. I know Ukrainians. I've interacted with them. Ukrainian Russians. They are fine people. So I don't think because somebody has a Ukrainian background, that person should be condemned for whatever reason. I don't even get that. I don't understand the reason why. As far as I'm concerned, unless it's wrong, I think she's a Nigerian in all view. I'm not sure if the dad or the mom is Ukrainian, but nonetheless, she's a Nigerian, and obviously she's able to occupy the position that she does right now as a senator, even though she's suspended in Nigeria. So let's not try to demonize her because she's Ukrainian. I'm not even sure what that means. She's Nigerian. If she has a Ukrainian background, that is fine. And Ukrainian people are no worse off than Nigerians. They are fine people. They are hardworking people here in America, at least. I'm not sure about Ukraine. Their country overall is corrupt. Is highly corrupt as known. But as Ukrainian people, they are hardworking people, especially those that live in America. So people should be mindful of the analysis or poor analysis rather in trying to condemn her for what she's doing as a person, but don't condemn the whole race or the whole a whole people because of one person. And she's not representing Ukraine in Nigeria. She's representing Nigeria in Nigeria. So it's only fair. Just like you said, Patoski, I think she's overplayed her hand so far. It would be magical if she came out with evidence, but as it appears right now, I don't think she has nothing to offer, and she just overplaying her hands right now, and I don't know. I don't really know what she wants, and she's getting a lot of fans right now. A lot of people are jumping on the bandwagon, but I think so far it's she's playing a fraudulent game. So I don't support her in that regards. But again, let's talk about Natasha, not about other things that's beyond her power to control. Quickly on Fani FFK. FFK. I think just like I said earlier, I think it's his position on Israel and the way he talks so harshly sometimes. Even though I like him a lot, he's quite eloquent. I like him a lot, but his position on Israel and Palestine, that's his own opinion in that regards, not because they are right. And because he's able to multiply words and say a lot of things doesn't mean it's right. I'm not impressed by his analysis on Israel or the Palestine issue or a lot of a world issue for that matter. I don't think it's quite deep in those in that area. Though he talks, verbosely, it doesn't mean that he knows what he's talking about. I listen to him. It's not that good in that regards. What else? VP Kashim Shatima. Yeah, I've been asking actually what's wrong with him. I've not been hearing from him, and I thought something's wrong. I mean, people talking about maybe there's a friction between him and Tinubu. I can't tell, but I think is a man that understands loyalty from the onset. We know the reason why Tinubu chose Shatima was because of his loyalty. He is a man that is a loyal person, and he's shown that, and that's why Tinubu went out of his way. Literally, Tinubu went out of his way to choose Shatima because he could have just made it easy for himself and chose somebody, a Christian northerner, or even a Fulani that's a Muslim. It would be much easier for Tinubu to have done, but he didn't do that. He went out of his way to handpick Shatima because I think that they have the friendship, and he's a loyal person. So him not being out there and being loud or going up and down like El Rufai doesn't mean that there's something wrong. There could be something wrong. I don't know. But I'm just saying that I think they are a good match, and I think they fit each other
Praise Daddy,
very well.
sorry, Praise Daddy. When I mentioned it, I didn't mention it like they have something wrong. I just said he's not moving like somebody that has the ambition to replace Tinubu. The way he carries himself, unlike when you have a VP that you know is going to succeed you, the way they carry themselves is a bit different. It's more as if it's just fulfilling his own part of the bargain. Like, okay, come with me, we are going to go defeat these people. Then after this, you look for something else. So he's not acting like somebody that has that ambition.
Hello?
Just observe the way he carries himself. He's not there. He's not everywhere.
Actually, who's speaking?
DOG.
Yeah. I was actually talking about you specifically. Actually, what I was talking about is being like the past week or two. That's what people have been saying. I don't know why. I didn't even hear your submission earlier, but that's what people have been saying. That Shatima, there's something wrong with him and Tinubu. And I thought so also that hey, how come I've not been hearing about Shatima on the news? Nothing about him. But I didn't think there was any friction per se.
Yeah. So, Prince Daddy, you didn't know that he went to Senegal on behalf of the presidency just a few days ago, last week. This week.
I didn't know.
Yeah, he has been. He also went to America like a few months ago to also represent Nigeria. I think that is the handiwork of political jobbers. Sometimes they want to create trouble where there is none. I think the guy is doing his work very well. And as you know, a VP is not there to overshine his the president. So he's doing everything is okay.
Patoshki, when is my turn?
And I don't think.
Yeah, so I agree with that point. Just like I said, Tinubu went out of his way to be to choose a loyal person in Shatima. So for them to have this friction that's been concocted, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. But anyway,
you see, I don't know. Whoever is saying they have issue, I don't think they have issue. I just feel Shetima's part of the bargain is to run with him the first time. I don't think they have any agreement on him succeeding in with the way Shetima carries himself and the way he does things. I don't think they have issues. I know they don't have issues, but I'm just saying the way it looks, the way he does his stuff, the way he carries himself. I don't know. Maybe Madam Zita, I think she has something she wants to chip into that particular topic as well.
Yeah, sounds good. Madam Zita can continue. DOG, yeah.
Thank you. Let me start with Natasha. She's overdoing it. Whatever the case might be, she's overdoing it. Now, I heard people said Ukrainians are bad people. I have them in my office. They are not bad people. They are very nice people, very friendly, beautiful people too. But in as much as I don't believe in stereotype, I will not overrule what they call personality trait. Threat is real. It is very real. You see that thing Natasha is doing. It's more of her genetic threat to Ukraine. That's the way Ukrainians behave. They fight and fight and fight and fight and fight and fight and fight. I have them in my office. They don't know when to stop. That's a very terrible character for somebody to have. And most times when you exhibit such character, your opponent might decide in anger to match you. When I mean match you until you are like a cock with your mouth wide, screaming for help, and you will not get the help. That's the threat. That's the way they behave. I stand by it and I will double down on it. That's the way Ukrainians behave. You see that thing? She's running everywhere, reporting everything. Wow, 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 wow. As if the whole world is fighting her and she has to fight back, even when nobody is actually taking notice of what she's doing. That's the way they are. So I don't support stereotyping people. Well, stereotype is there, but I will not overrule threat. She has that threat. And I give it to her. She win, fine, no. She loses, so fine, no. I don't even give a hook who she is. I don't care. But the only thing I can say is that she's overdoing it. She has made her statement. She has said what her problem is. They have fought her. She should stay on that because she's behaving like somebody who has mental problem now. The accusations are too much. She's saying this, the next minute she's adding another one, the next minute she's removing another one, the next minute. You don't behave that way. But it's a threat. It's a threat. And that I will not overrule. In as much as I can stand comfortably and tell you people that Ukrainians are beautiful people, very friendly. They are beautiful, classy. I give it to them. But you see, this threat is in them. And it repels a lot of human beings. At a point, even if you are supporting them, at a point you get angry. You get irritated. People don't behave that way, but that's the way they behave. That being said, back to Shetima. You see, saying that Shetima might not contest in 2020 is I don't know how somebody will come up with that. I look at politics from the other way around. In fact, the way he's carrying himself, to me, shows that he might contest in 2028, in 2031. I repeat, the way he's carrying himself shows me that he might show interest after this their tenure. Because he's been extremely very careful. Not like the other Yoruba man that was busy. I know he had an ambition that time, and I know he's not going anywhere with that his ambition. Because that Osibanjo was doing so much. He was doing a lot of things, backbiting people, doing all manner of things to destroy people to come to the front. But unfortunately, you don't get into politics like that. Because you have to be in the good book of some certain people. That's politics. Like it, hate it. If you don't like it, don't go into politics. As for Rubado, if APC wants to present Rubado in 2031, then we do so much work for that guy to win. He has contested before. He doesn't have that air of affluence. He doesn't have it. That time he contested, I wished he would have been the president then. He's someone that releases secret when it is not necessary to release. That kind of person is not supposed to be in the helm of affairs, not even being a president of a nation. I'm watching Dubado. That childish behavior has not left him. He has a lot of information in his hands. But when you have so much information in your hand, you don't dish it out when you want to dish it. You dish it out when it is actually necessary to teach. Now back to FK. That man, you see, I used to call him a madman that speaks good English. That's what I used to call him. A madman who speaks good English. You people said they nominated him for an ambassador, right? Hello? Hello?
Yes, they did.
Which country?
We don't know the portfolios yet. They just
Madam Zita, they have not nominated him. They were just shortlisting candidates, and they are shortlisting a lot of candidates all over the federation. It is after now when they shortlist you, they ask you to go to the DSS office to take your CV and blah blah blah. Any question they are going to ask you. It's not a guarantee that at the end of the day the president is going to pick you, but they pull a lot of people together. So we have to wait when they make the final announcement.
In Nigeria, it doesn't work that way.
Okay.
I don't think there is anywhere in the world
That is what I read. That is what I read.
Most of 99.5% of them are going to get the job, unless the president decide to drop, maybe like a hell Rufai that they saw a lot of things and they're like, wow. Unless so, but most times 99% of them get the job. So if they nominated him to go and take his CV there, it's obvious they want to give him something. But let me say this.
Sorry, Madam Zita, before you continue. Patoski, if you look at the comment section, there is one guy you need to block immediately. He's spinning out some hatred, which I think is not good for the platform. You can continue, Madam Zita. The last comment.
Okay, can I continue now?
Please, you can.
Okay. So, what is it called? That guy is not supposed to represent Nigeria. I think he should be in the country. If they want to give him anything, let him be inside Nigeria. Taking him outside of Nigeria, there are things he has spoken on right inside Nigeria that if he go outside of Nigeria, representing Nigeria, and say those things, it's going to be a very big issue for Nigeria. I repeat, there are a lot of things that man has said inside of Nigeria. Unprovoked, he jumped in and made those comments on global issues, which he actually, from his utterances, that he has absolutely no clue. Him and Charlie Boy, they absolutely have no clue about what they are talking about. But they said it anyway. So such a person who doesn't have clue on issues and speak boldly with confidence and guts on it can put Nigeria into trouble. That's all I have to say about him. As for
sorry, Zita, you mentioned is it Eugene E. Carroll earlier, but you didn't finish what you have to say.
Huh?
You mentioned that Eugene E. Carroll, the lady that accused Trump of rape. I thought you were going to talk about her.
Oh, okay. No, the thing, somebody came to One Man platform some time ago and called Trump a rapist. The person has said it 3 times. I don't know who it was, whether Ignimatis or somebody. And he said it with so much authority. And I said that most people do listen to mainstream media, what they said. But those mainstream media, more especially their anchor, when they settle out of court or settle or being taken to court for making that comment, they don't come back to that their seat and tell you, look, we have to pay so amount because of so thing I said. And most people will run with that first statement that cost the company huge money. This person, was his name? Tucker Carlson. His own was so much because it was so much money. So that was why that his own came out in the open. That comment was made. George Stephanopoulos, or whatever you people call that man, he's an ABC anchor. He said online that the case between Donald Trump and Jim Carroll has been proving that Donald Trump is a rapist. On air.
Yeah. That's
and
what a
Trump,
is current about.
And Donald Trump, with his lawyer, sued ABC. You can go and check this story. And they paid him $15 million for just one anchor saying what he know nothing about. So why did I say this? If one man is concerned about what people say in his platform, look, YouTube will not allow you to say this. YouTube will not allow you. They will cut off this thing. They should cut off this thing. He should also be careful. Because if that person continue coming here to repeat that statement, I don't know what will happen. Because it's a case, Donald Trump in question with his lawyer, and I listened to people carefully. He said, a lot has been thrown on me. A lot has been said about me. But this, the man said, this one, I was a handsome man. I was so rich. I was so popular. I was in the entertainment industry. I can sleep with any woman I want to sleep. Never been in his mind to do such a thing. That was why he took. In fact, he I think it was 500 million on thereabout or 200 million. They begged and eventually paid 50 million. And that thing, George Stephanopoulos, or whatever you people call that ridiculous name, said somebody came here without going back to see what happened after that comment. I come here and said a rapist is sitting in the White House. You shouldn't be saying that kind of a thing in a global platform.
Well, and the man come here all the time and call Trump a rapist, and he has no he substantiate it. Just
and
based
again,
on the
and again, let me say this: not only the rapist they call him. Let me say this: that man came out to contest. He has been the president before. I used to ask people, did that man fall from the sky? The answer is no. He's been in the United States for so many years in his lifetime. His generation has been in the United States. And no one time have they called all manner of cases against him. What crime did he commit? That he won an election, lost it, and immediately he lost it, announced that he's coming out again. And all hell was blessed. And that person sat down and looked at the 34, whether they said 99 charge. And the person looked at that case as a lawyer. You call yourself a lawyer. You look at that case, you didn't see it political. You didn't see those cases political. And all of a sudden, he won the election. They discharged him without prejudice or whatever the ridiculous lawyers were saying. You call yourself a lawyer. You look at that case, you didn't see it political. But the people who own the country, who sat down from the one to watch what was going on, he won as he has never won before. Because they see the case as political. But every day you come to one man platform, you call him a rapist, you call him a felony, you call him and these cases has been discharged. And you still come to the platform, you keep calling him, he's sitting in the, and then you will come back and tell me in a sane climb. I don't know who you people support, but I'm eccentric. But the people you people are supporting left office. If he left office in a clean state, he has to forgive everything in his family, including the pots and pans in his house. He forgive them. And that's the kind of family and the kind of party you guys are supporting. I don't understand this hate.
Yeah, party of
really,
transgenderism and homosexuals and LGBTQ, but they have the temerity to talk about Trump being a rapist.
Actually, I am struggling, trying to lay my hands on this hate. But 80% of the people, I try to find out what the hate was for. It's either they're telling me a propaganda that is a lie. They didn't try to find out whether it's true, or they are stuck with their immigration idea. I don't really understand. Is it that you just wake up and throw tantrums, or you are actually following what is happening in the United States? Let me go back to this tariff. Please, all of you should go back. That's why I love the internet. And that's why I am into it. Go back in time. This thing Donald Trump is doing today, Nancy Pelosi begged for it. He said, the time has come for America to revenge. Chuck Schumer begged for it. Obama begged for it. But do you know the difference? None of them has the balls to do it. Because they cannot stand what is happening now. Is it the Doge? Clinton begged for it. George Bush begged for it. Obama begged for it. But what's the difference? The difference is that they didn't have enough balls to withstand the person they handed over for his company to be burned down to the ground. That's the difference.
Sorry, Madam Zita. How many minutes left that you are going to conclude so that others can also speak? Sorry.
You can speak if you want to.
Okay, because I don't know whether it's open. Maybe it's still your...
It's open now. Okay. It's open.
So I have a question for you. And
go ahead.
Yeah, because you guys have been talking about...
Has everybody spoken? Okay, you are speaking after Madam Zita, then it should be open. Okay. Madam Zita is taking her turn.
And that's why I asked her whether she has finished or it's open. And
she needs to round off now. Okay. So that we can throw it up. No, Simba is still there. Simba is speaking, then you come after Simba. Then after you, the floor will be open. Madam, have you rounded up?
I said he should continue.
And Simba should go ahead then, if Simba is listening, because he's the next guy. Simba, are you there? I think it's... I think it's not there. Okay, let me just continue. First, I would like to talk about Natasha. I think...
yeah, I think Madam Tita, she finished.
She
I
said
have
I
finished,
should
so
continue, and Simba is
Okay,
not there.
thank you.
and the man is
there.
there. There is nothing you people can do about it.
Simba is not there.
Jeremy, you can go now.
Okay, I just want to briefly talk about Natasha. If my memory serves me right, she's a senator. And as a senator, you are all equal at the house. But among yourself, you choose the leadership. And they have house rules and the rest. And if you disobey the rule and they punish you for it, fine, it's okay. And when you allege that somebody is throwing sexual harassment or whatever at you, the onus is there for you to prove it. I don't like the sentiment that we are looking at this from the female male angle. I think we all often said that male and female were equal. So if you have a case to prove, why don't you, the first place you're supposed to go is to go to the police and report this man to the police and let the police carry out their investigation. You never did that. That is one. Two, you did not go to the court of you did not go to the court of law to sue this guy. It is this guy's wife that sue you at the court of law, that sue Natasha after the story break out. From what all I can see, there's no shred of evidence. It's just but a word of mouth. And you have been changing your story from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and 5. To me, if you're a responsible person, you see this kind of person that they are not, probably I don't know what's wrong with her. Because if you say somebody harass you sexually, then prove it. You are not going to prove anything in social media. The social media will just dance around it, but you have a right to take it to court of law. And everybody, as you have your right to speak whatever you want, others also have a right to speak whatever they want. So if they call you a whore or a harlot, nobody should blink an eye about it. At least everybody says a freedom of speech. So if I don't like you and I call you that one, and that person don't like me and also call me a name, so it's fair game. I don't see anybody coming here and be trying to play a sentimental angle. She's a female, like this. At the end of the day, these are family friends, and we don't know what transpired that make her to go AWire like that. Then one thing I don't like about her is two things. The first one is that there is no evidence to prove that this guy really harassed you. You have not really shown any evidence. You are just talking with word of mouth. I can accuse anybody I like with my word of mouth. But if that person took me to court, then I have to go there and defend myself. The second thing I don't like what she's doing is this. Why are you going all around the world talking rubbish all around? Have you ever happened to anything that happened in America, like they accused Trump of so many stuff? Did he come to Nigeria? Did he go to BBC? Did he go to what do you call it? CNGTN of China? Does he continue to travel around the world to report a simple case of accusing somebody? So I don't get it. So, and I think unfortunately, this is the kind of woman that will not allow Nigerian men to give women more opportunity to be in that house. First, she's not the only woman in that house. There are several of them. Why only you, for God's sake? I think, and it's quite unfortunate that Nigerian literacy level is not high. And exposure and knowledge among our people is still all-time low.
Chief Remy.
Go ahead.
No, I'm like I was surprised. I watched Rufai a few days ago on Arise, and he said nobody should. You know, the initial stance was they were pro Akpoti on the channel, but now even they are like they can't take any side because there's no evidence. So if Arise is trying to back off from your case, you should know you're in trouble. Because they are waiting for evidence. Like, woman, I beg, show us something we can't keep defending you without you showing us something. And for you to say that's where is the evidence?
Even apart from that, if you are following the trend, you'll be tired. What are you talking about? Today is said blah blah blah. Another day she will say another blah blah blah. This is not the way to go about it. And to me, to be frank, if she's highly educated, it's just an irresponsible talk or act from her.
She's a lawmaker, I mean. She should know she's a lawmaker. So
a lawmaker without no sense or no knowledge about. You are a senator. You don't even know the House rule at all. You don't. Why can you bring sentiment to the House because they change your seat? You are not the only person they change seat. You are not the only person that they are going to change the chairmanship position of a committee. What is the big deal in it? You guys are made already. They have given you several things of life. You have gotten everything you want in life. Contract easily.
This
is spoiled. I don't know. I don't know what
there's some people that in life they've never been. Nobody tells them no.
Yeah,
you can tell. So when they hear no for the first time, to them it's shocking. Like nobody ever tells them no to any. So to them it's like, why you could tell me no? They're not used to it. So they will rather burn down the institution because if they don't get their way. And that's what's going on. And they have enablers, by the way. They have people enabling this.
There is a house rule that has to say that you can expel totally a senator. I think that woman.
She's not. No. The way she's doing.
I know that's coming back
now. Remy. The way what she's doing right now, she better win that case in court.
Yeah.
Because if she loses that case in court, she's not coming back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. And for her to now, she's become a willing tool now where if you hear the PDP, even Atiku was talking about that she's not the face of opposition in Nigeria. I'm like, what has the case got to do with opposition? Like, why make her the face of opposition in Nigeria? What has she done in that space?
The standard is extremely low in terms of every ramification in Nigeria of today. Because if we were Nigeria of yesteryears, when you see the Okadigos and the rest, people that are vast, how can this come such a woman?
I'm like, why? What if I was the lady that accusing somebody of sexual harassment? Why will I allow an individual like Obieze Koli to come represent me at a hearing?
So apart from that, why would I be joking all around the world, telling news media that what can she gain from that?
That was paid for now, Remy. That was paid for. The New York Times. If you make that kind of allegation, the first thing they will ask is the proof, and for them not to ask for proof is unusual. I've never. You follow news in the West. If somebody makes an allegation and it goes to the media, they will ask you, what do you have? What happened? And she never really addressed what really happened. She just talked about female oppression. And they publish. Imagine reading a New York Times story and you don't have anything in that. I was like, really? There's no way New York Times would publish this. This is not them. How do you publish this allegation and you've not even, they will say, okay, somebody made an allegation. We've called the other side for their response. We've not heard anything yet. And that's the usual thing that they will say. There was something about them reaching out to the Senate president at all for his own response to the story. I'm like, this is paid for. Somebody paid for this. This is a sponsored operation by, I don't know who, maybe the opposition. It didn't make any sense to me.
So at the end of the day, nothing is going to happen. Akpabio will still be there as the Senate president, whether you like it or not.
You think the South that they're going to lose their son? No way. They have no, they're not going to.
And moreover, there's no evidence. So just let us leave it like that. She'll continue to dance around the corner. At the end of the day, everybody will forget about and move on with their own life. So that's the way I just.
But they asked her for the evidence. You know what she said there? She said in due time she will release evidence.
Everybody knows. No,
in due time.
This is also a lesson for men in powerful position. Unfortunately, it's not giving a lot of our women folk a good name.
But no, Remy, let me come in there. I don't even know why people are being so much into her accusation. I don't know why people are saying he's destroying the Senate president. This is what women accuse men of. I don't know why it's a big deal. I don't know why some people are saying the Senate president should resign. His image has been dented. I don't understand that.
I don't care about the Senate, but I care about those one going around. She's going around all over the world. It's embarrassing the country, for God's sake.
No,
it's
now.
Just a small thing. Why should you do that?
No, hold on. I don't really see any normal human or a newspaper or a let me say mainstream media house that we hear that a woman accuse a man of sexual harassment and sees it as something out of the blue, like it's a terrible thing. No. That's what women accuse men of. To push, when it will become a very big case, is when the woman proves with evidences that this is actually what happened. Donald Trump, Joe Biden, name them, they have been accused.
But Bozita, what I'm saying is, it's not even her. It's the media in the West. Shouldn't they be asking that question of proof? That's what I'm saying. Like,
see. It's not their job to get. You don't know how much the media has messed themselves up. They have messed themselves up. That's why YouTube is making so much money, because everybody has a podcast now. Are we not in YouTube talking? If it is those days, we'll be waiting for 10 o'clock news, 9 o'clock news, 6 a.m. news. Did you get what I'm talking? But who is listening to 6 a.m. news? We are all here talking. You get the point. So they have messed themselves up.
No, I see that. I get your point where they have become lazy, where you read a news story where the so-called journalists will be quoting somebody's tweet. They are too lazy to even investigate.
I am happy because
that's the world we live now.
To a point, they wanted to rule the world. I am happy that they're going out of business. I am extremely happy, because they threw a lot of things on planet Earth that destroyed the generations after me. Those generations are, I don't know the kind of word to use for them. But back to Natasha. Natasha, the New York Times don't need to ask him, where is your evidence? She will not come again. They need that money. They won't get...
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I want to take us to the back.
Huh? Hello? Can you people hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. Patoki is trying to say he want to take it to the background or something like that.
Oh, he wants to... Okay, we should close, eh?
Something like this. You want to take it?
I'm just taking us to the background. We can continue our discussion.
Do you know what's funny? When First Bank